Good morning, good morning, good morning. The vibes are high. I repeat, the vibes are high for finals day here at the 2022 Pipe Masters. You are taking a wonderful overhead look at our dreamy landscape today. Absolutely dreamy conditions for finals day. Good morning, everybody. My name is Salama Masakela. To my right, Mokuakai Rothman, Mahina Florence, just loving the accoutrement. We'll get into the significance of it. And the good doctor. How are you, sir?
Morning, good. Hello, everyone.
First of all, my first question, how did everyone recover from last night's just crazy energy between the women and with Carissa and company, and then the ending of men's round 2? I had to go home and take a nap. I was done.
Yeah, me too. I was pretty tired. I got home and the kids wanted to play. I'm like, Dad's going to take a shower and lay down.
Yeah, high down from or big down from a big high yesterday. Yeah.
I mean, I'm still writing it. I was up at 4 a.m., like, just watching all the reruns and the highlights. I love it. We're going to ride that thing for, I think, a couple of weeks.
Yeah, yesterday was definitely an iconic day in surfing history, especially for the progression of women here at Pipeline. The line between men and women is no more. Really, after yesterday's performances. And if you're wondering where the 5th member of our team is, Dylan Graves, it's not that he didn't come to work today. It's that he came to work today. Oh, there you see. There you see Dylan. He's coming up. He had a mic pack out in his morning research. We'll get you some clips. He was having conversations with the surfers, and we give him extra points. So we said, yeah, you know what? Take a breath, put some food in you, and then come join us a little bit later.
Yeah.
We'll take a look at the women's standings as we head into the back half of, actually, not the back half, heat 2, excuse me, round 2. There we see Carissa Moore with that 47.50, followed by young Katie Simmers, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and Moana Jones Wong. That would be your final if there was not a round 2, but a long list of women behind them who would like to have a say. And we saw what happened in the end rounds yesterday with Mr. Apo.
Oh, yes. You know, it's anybody's game. You know, those scores right there, Salama, will be nullified. They will all go away, and there will be a finals today. But right now, the girls are looking to put up at least one good starting score to get up in that top 4, and then look for a backup later on.
And of course, this was the way that everyone was talking about. This incredible backdoor shot heard around the world by Carissa Moore, navigating this crazy drop, getting up underneath and getting spat out. Carissa Moore, joy hands coming afterwards.
I mean, just the claim that she brings out, just stoked. Another one right here. One more time. Yeah.
We've all been there.
She had a wonderful post on her Instagram this morning. If you can check just how appreciative she was for that moment and to be a part of this forward movement for her and for all of the women. As you see, 4 women in the water right now as we are getting ready to start off round 2. So, Mahina, we will see you out in the field. Mokuakai, to be continued. Aloha.
Have fun.
Hello.
Thank you. It's
you.
finals day. We are doing this.
Finals day, round 2, women heat 1. Carissa Moore should have backed it up. Today it looked like a lot of backdoor out there. Swells dropped just a bit, kind of significantly, but the conditions up 100,000 times more.
Dreamful. I think we're going to see more opportunity for performance. We saw some cute little backdoor waves as well that were coming through. And directly after these 5 women's round 2 heats, we will get straight into the men's final, followed by the women's final, and of course our award show, as there are $100,000 up for first prize for both the men and the women on this historic 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. Yeah. $60,000 for second place, 30 and 15 down the line to 4th.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Look at these. It's like we keep talking about 1,000 faces of Pipeline, but this is just a completely different place.
You know, people are going to say, oh, it's small, it's not that great, but it was conditions like this that Mikey O'Shaughnessy, Mikey Red, won Wave of the Winter. It was maybe even smaller and longer weights, and something came through, and Mikey O'Shaughnessy got Wave of the Winter a few years ago in conditions like this. So you just, you know, the waves will come. It's just who's it going to come to and when is it going to come?
Yeah, we saw some sets earlier that were still in that 4 to 6 foot range.
Yeah, it could literally be like 2 feet, and then the rogue 6-footer hits the reef, and you know, any one of these women can come away with an insane ride. Wave a lifetime. You know, like Mikey's Wave of the Winter, just getting a wave like today in epic conditions, dreamy conditions. It's worth something itself. Who's this, Tati?
Tatiana Weston Webb scratching here for a little backdoor wave.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what their game plan is when they take off. Are they going to try to force the barrel, or are they going to try to do a turn, big air? The winds are coming a bit out of the south, so it could be going up the face, harder to do airs on the left, maybe easier on the right.
And you see some of those bigger sets looking like they're making their way through, as you said earlier. And you wonder, for after all of that adrenaline, I mean, listen, Carissa Moore is a champion. She's no stranger to stepping up after big moments, but still, yesterday was huge. And you imagine like the come down from all of that energy. I'm sure her phone was just exploding into the wee hours.
It's like you want the people that you don't know to just rise to the occasion, and it's almost like, will Carissa ever be that person we just assume will always do well? But she somehow surprises us almost every single big event. 4 to 6 foot, north-northwest, light offshore winds.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
79 degrees water.
79 degrees of joy. You surfed this morning, yeah?
Yeah. It was. I wore a wetsuit top for sure. A lot more reef being exposed this morning. The sand now, it's got the nice sand finally after all that swell pushing it off the reef. So epic conditions. Look at all that sand. Nice. Before it was those mounds we see in the last couple of days. Now it's nice and flat. A lot of people are off the wall this morning. Yeah, it's
a little bit bigger down there.
A little bit bigger from the north angle, but still, I think there could be some long backdoor barrels today. If you find the right one, someone's going to get a traveler. It's again the question of who. Yeah, it's yeah, that wave yesterday with Carissa was just insane. I'm still coming down from that. And when I was coming back on the beach, back to the site, I seen Betty Lou, Carissa, and a few other of the women with all their coaches. And I think there's something to be said about some of these, you know, these rising pipeline masters. They have people who have executed.
Talk about who some of those coaches are in their corners.
Oh, and Ross Williams. There's Jason Shibata. You know, both two that have competed and achieved insane waves out at the pipeline and backdoor, and to have that local perspective assisting people like Carissa and Betty Lou, I think it's like kind of showing. They're like, don't go on this one, wait for this one. And yeah, it's nice to have someone like that in your corner telling you what's a good one and maybe what's not a great one.
You see just there in your lower left hand part of the screen, Bethany Hamilton Dirks. She definitely wants to make a statement. Love that red helmet.
Yeah, she probably wants a huge one.
And again, in this format, yesterday happened, but it doesn't necessarily count. Today, if Bethany Hamilton was to get 2 great waves, she can easily throw herself into that final conversation, as well as Tati and Belanalu.
Just like the men's yesterday, day one, the only person who made it through was Balaram.
Right, that whole leaderboard that we felt pretty confident in yesterday morning was evaporating, except for Balaram Stock.
Yeah, I mean, Carissa's pretty far ahead in this situation, but
she still wants to back that up. She wants to take that 18 and put it up into the 20s as well.
Totally.
Especially when you just you look down the line. You have Tyler Wright, who's performed very well out here on the championship tour.
Coco, I think this could be a pretty within striking distance for Coco. She gets 2 solid backdoor waves. Maybe she'll go shorter board today.
This is her size. This is her size range where she really performs best too.
And I think it's about feeling the reef when the wave comes in. It's not so much about the height as backdoor is about the right ones, and that's not really a size thing. It's about an angle and feeling the reef thing. And today it seems like the swell is definitely feeling the reef a lot more because all that sand has been pushed out finally. Bella Nalu, little head, yeah.
You know, as has been the case almost every day in the morning sessions before we come on air, we're talking about how people have been getting waves left, right, and center, and how it was just going nuts. And as soon as we come on air, it's just this ocean does this weird settle reset thing.
Yeah, and I don't know about how much sunshine there's going to be today. Storm's supposed to be coming to Hawaii. Let's see.
Who did she get the interference on? Oh, that was on.
Yeah, yesterday, the after Carissa got that monumental wave, there was a bit of action happening out on the back door between Tatiana and Bella.
Yeah, you see that asterisk next to her 1.9. It was for that interference that took place at the end of the heat yesterday. Here it is.
Yeah. Then a lip to the face and a little cover up by Bella, which, yeah, I think she just didn't even have a clue.
And I don't think she saw it until till the end. But it didn't matter. She impeded the progress of Tatiana. So
yeah.
So she had her highest score halved, and whatever her highest score is moving forward out of the end of this round 2, that score will also be halved.
Yeah, which makes it quite a feat to get out of that position. But I mean, it's a learning experience. Hopefully, you know, Tatiana will, you know, they'll probably have a conversation about it, and just like I'm sure her and Moana had a conversation about it out at Pipeline when it was pumping. So I mean, maybe it's a learning experience for everyone, and hopefully there's no bad vibes between them. No one got hurt. Hopefully a good learning lesson to be aware.
And if Belanalu was able to make it into the final, that wouldn't carry forward into the final. It would be a reset for her. But again, she would have to go. She would have to go ham.
Yeah, yeah. Which, you know, now when we look at this scoring system, we have everything's out of 30 for a single maximum points. So if you divide, you know, each number by 3, basically that's what maybe we're more familiar to out of 1 in a 10 scale. So looking at these scores at what people need to get into the top 4, it's not that much. You know, people are looking at if they can get a 6 to an 8 range, they can get up into that top 4 finals for the women. So it's today to get a 6 or an 8. I think if you get a solid barrel and exclamation point with that progressive maneuver, cut back turn, air, floater, whatever, I think it's fully doable. It's anyone's game, like Moko Akai was saying.
Yeah, Moana Jones-Wong is not safe. She's only sitting on a 20.3 at present.
Yeah, yeah. So if you get 8s, you're going.
You're in there.
You're in there. You're taking on Moana. But I think Moana will have something to say about that
for
today.
Sure.
You know, and it's going to be interesting to see. We know that Moana's Queen of Pipeline. Can she hold the title of Queen of Backdoor?
Remember yesterday with Mason Ho?
Yeah.
We were like,
oh yeah.
Came into round 2, Mason needed 10 points, which basically was like a bunch of 4s.
Totally.
High 3s, right? And we're like, oh, he's going to get that, no problem. And ended up that it was as if he was hunting for a 10.
Yeah, and even they were saying yesterday in his heat, that was the style heat, the cool heat, mellow heat. It definitely, they said the teeth came out, the whole Hawaiian came out.
The kumbaya was over. Bethany scratching.
Late drop.
Yes.
Bottom turns around it, can't make it around. Wow, Bethany is so impressive. I want to see anyone try to do that, because everyone can try if they want to. And let's see, just a drop like that is. And that's something, too, that we were talking with Noah Dean about last night. There's something to be said about drops and something said about rail engagement and things like that that I hope are being looked at, and we should see how we can look towards that. And people at home, I think that this contest and the direction, from what I'm hearing, they're really open to hearing how to, look at that drop. And late drop, sick, just caught behind. I think the direction, this is the angle, Larry Haynes' angle. Wow.
She's just like,
yeah.
Just want to be 2 feet in front and not behind.
Well, that's the late drops that some people want the late drops, and it looks cool and it feels cool, I guess. But, getting that rail engaged from the takeoff really can ensure not only stability and security as you're making that drop, but the drive that you can have. I think we've seen that with Imai Kalani DeVault yesterday. He had one real late drop, and because he had a kind of straight and late drop, it took away from his ability to kind of angle and get way deeper. You kind of go around it.
And then the surfer's left playing catch-up.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And this wave doesn't give you much time for catch-up.
No, that's the whitewash is not your friend over here. But I was saying before, I think the contest and, comments and suggestions, this is the first time it's done this way, in this fashion, and there's things to be improved. And I think, I don't know, personally, it's that you can hate on it or you can be a part of the movement to improve it. And there's opportunity. I think people are being heard, and I think there's channels to be listened to.
Yeah, I think that I've seen a lot of feedback where people are blown away, right? Where they see the potential for where this can go. And as a culture, surfing for as free and open to interpretation as it is when you're doing the thing, as a group, surfing is pretty slow to change.
Totally.
Like whether it be embracing new equipment, fin systems, whatever it is, contest format, the town square gets together and it's like, no, we have a standard.
Yeah.
And it is hard and slow to enable change because people get used. They fight something right. You look at the twin fin to the thruster, right? It was fight. No, sacrilege, and then the thruster becomes like, what do you mean you're gonna ride a quad?
Yeah. It's gonna change, and I think if we can improve it where there's more people a part of that conversation, and we can't only look at the positives of this Pipe Masters. I think it's important we look at some of the hiccups, some of the flaws, because that's really, it's those the challenges are going to help to elevate this.
But you got to take chances to figure out what the changes are, and in order to move forward. And so when you decide to take chances, as in the case of this VANS Pipe Masters, do something completely new, shaking things up, the manner in which the invites were handled, the fact that the surfers are drawing their names for their heats. It's a whole bunch of new all in one bucket. And then you look at this format that is borrowed from Uncle Eddie, and people are just, there's so much change happening all at once. But within that, right, as you're saying, comes the opportunity to be like, oh, okay, these are the things that worked. How do we refine? Because it's been fun.
Yeah. Rattling the cage. I think it's a good thing, and I think we need it, especially since women out here are rattling the pipeline cage and the backdoor cage. It's only fair that there should be some opportunities, and is this the best contest on the planet? I don't know, but should it have a place to contribute, complementary to all the other ways we see surfing? I definitely believe so. Look at all the reef at the bottom now. Now we're starting to see the sand isn't quite fully out of that reef, but you can see the crack.
We're seeing way more reef now
than
we were even yesterday.
I just, it's pretty scary to see it when you're on the wave, but it's so beautiful to see it in these drone shots. This, like, man, it's such a beautiful, beautiful coastline and ecosystem.
You said something a few minutes ago, opportunity, and that's right now what these women are just dying for, with 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Some opportunity to show off. Remember, yesterday when Carissa Moore got that backdoor wave heard around the world, there was about 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock when she took off on that wave.
Great, and she was getting pounded inside of backdoor, and she had to go all around. And speaking of pounded, Laura, she got a critical wipeout yesterday.
Yeah, Laura Nevert making her way out, went over the falls on a building of a wave yesterday.
Yeah,
Had her leash wrapped around both of her legs, had the presence of mind to basically spin counterclockwise while she was underwater, getting dragged, because she's like, I got to be able to free my legs to come back up on an easy 10-footer.
critical. That thing was hectic. And she came in laughing, like, what? You're not right.
Nah, she's built different, unafraid to charge very, very big waves around the world.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, what's the game plan for these women? I wonder if they, are thinking, oh, Carissa looking at her watch, listening to the announcers. Okay, what are we doing here?
This is also when the no priority of it all is very interesting, because under normal circumstances, for what these competitors are used to, at least someone's like, okay, when the waves come, it is going to be my turn.
Yeah.
They still need to put themselves in position to make the statement that they deserve this wave.
Totally. And, Carissa is so sweet and so nice on land, but in the water, shark vibes.
Don't be fooled.
No, she's
Don't let the smile fool you.
I think fierce, like a really fierce competitor.
You don't become a 4-time world champion, Olympic champion, and have the storied career that Carissa has by being nice.
Yeah. And yeah. And it's just she's the one everyone's chasing right now. Oh, Bella. Oh. Yeah, these are opportunities here to know which ones not to go on. Bethany going backdoor. Oh, wow.
I think running off on her. I love to see the level of aggressive, scrappy.
Yeah. And the backdoor waves, they're kind of running. They're running pretty fast on that reef because they're not, they're not as peaky, with this more northerly direction. When the waves hit this coastline, this 7 mile or whatever on the beach, when it comes more from the north, it starts turning to a lot of rights, almost point break. So, everyone's got to step on the gas. And I'm wondering now with fin setup if it's another opportunity, if someone's going to start putting in quads or, oh, Carissa going right backdoor, split the peak with Tati. Oh, Carissa went down. Tatiana got a little head dip. Oh, nice little cut back. Well, I wonder if there's a little conversation there. You go left, I'll go right, maybe.
Little split peak. We'll take a look at Carissa's angle, but
Looked like maybe her board was a bit longer than she might have wanted on a day like today. Carissa taking off, poke the nose. Yeah, looks like maybe a outside rail dig, which could be critical. Up, Tatiana, little head dip.
light shampoo.
Conditioner is better. Bella's giving it. Into turns.
Nice little snap. Ooh, nice little spicy snap.
Yeah, turns. Yeah, I wonder if turns are going to get you where you got to go today.
Well, I mean, the judges are looking at everything, right? Given the conditions that they're being given.
Yeah.
So, it'll be interesting to see what those count for.
Seen Brian Billman, photographer, on Pipeline. looks like nothing's really moving in the top 4 situation.
No. And again, you look at that 47.50. I mean, that's the highest total point score for the men or women. So it's going to take a miracle, I think, for someone to take Carissa out of this final. But that she doesn't rest on laurels. So you know she's out there not thinking about yesterday, just more frustrated, like, ugh!
Yeah.
You know, I had dinner with Corey Lopez last night, and he was talking about this format. And it's interesting to listen to a veteran World Tour surfer and someone who still goes out and chases the best waves that he can with his kids. And he said, what I love about what I've seen in this format is that, he said, performers perform. And I said, what do you mean by that? He said, you know, it doesn't matter what the conditions are or the challenges. Some people are going to get rattled and withdraw. But people who have the mindset to perform, in other words, they want to go out and challenge themselves and in turn put on a show, they will find a way to perform. And when I looked at, like, you know, the list of people who had opportunities and really showed in both the women's and the men's field, I was like, oh yeah, that's exactly what it's been.
And you look at someone like Zhao. The claim
that was a classic example of a performer performing.
Yeah, the claim, I mean, there's a lot of people that probably the claim was pretty whack to go out there and get all dramatic, but there's people that needed to feel that in order to...
Wait, people were, what, his claims on the waves?
Yeah, like on the kick out.
All day. Listen, surfing is fun. When I see someone feel and come out of a wave and show me that they're in the moment and claim, to me, that's the most beautiful thing. You can't have a moment like that and just be like, I'm too cool to express how I'm feeling right now. Forget that, man. You know what I mean? Like, like with Carissa Moore, her claim coming out of that back doorway. How could you not feel that?
Yeah, that was I feel a pretty special thing to see. Carissa just stoked, and she had to go double. She was just really pumped. What's going on here? Tati and Bethany. Uh-oh.
Run off. That thing ran off.
Yeah.
Got locked in though. But I thought Oppo's claim, claim all day.
Oh yeah. I mean, it could still, like, if that wave comes, like, the waves look like they're kind of deteriorating yesterday. And then that last heat with Kaulana, man, that was just full on. Bethany, how does she do on this thing? Oh yeah, both of it. Yeah, when it gets smaller, it's almost like hard to get enough room. I think she was more, I think Carissa might have been in the spot on that better to make. If Tati was where Carissa was, right, I think she would have made it.
A little bit farther down the line.
Yeah. But again, good for her for keeping Carissa off that wave, or she would have probably backed up that score from yesterday.
Well, definitely not the opportunities that these women woke up hoping to get, especially after what we saw in practice this morning, the waves that were on offer. But Carissa Moore will leave this firmly in first place on that leaderboard.
Oh, wow. That was a brutal heat.
Yeah, absolutely brutal. No opportunity at all for Bella, Tatiana, or Bethany Hamilton to make their way in to that top 4 spot. But congratulations to them on being here. Great showing overall. Heat 2 coming up next here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
All right, here we go. Heat number 2. Our Hawaii girls, one hailing from Kauai, Gabrielle O'Brien. She'll be in the red-orange jersey. Zoe Mudugo. Zoe from the North Shore here. 22-year-old will be in blue. From Tahiti in a white jersey, Elena Voss. And from Australia, Laura Ineva. Check in for jerseys Heat 3. Brianna Cope, Betty Lou, Sakara Johnson, and Caitlin Simmers along with Tyler Wright. Check in with Ray and Riley down at the Beach Marshal tent. Mahalo, ladies. Another 30-minute heat underway, just getting started.
Welcome back to the VANS Pipe Masters 2022. It is finals day. The vibes are high. We are hoping that the ocean gives us more opportunity here in Heat 2. Gabriella Ryan, Zoe McDougall, Laura Enever, and Elan Bast from Tahiti. Salama Masakela here with the good Dr. Cliff Capono to my left. Aloha to you all. Good evening, folks watching around the world. Many of you are just switching over from watching the World Cup final. We started watching the beginning of the PKs between Argentina and France. I was rooting for France because they had the most Africans, so I was rooting for the continent. But in the PKs, Messi and company said, And you know what? Lionel Messi's super legend. Congratulations to him and to Argentina. There will be no PKs today here.
There will be no PKs today. We're going to hopefully get some waves, though. Man, been pretty slow morning so far. It looks like most of the energy is getting sucked up down and off the wall. You can see the crowd starting to fill in down that side, getting pushed off of the contest site. Here's some. Yeah, it's going to be a good... You were talking about performance and performing. You know, there's an opportunity to perform. How are you going to do it? That's the question.
Figure out a way to show up.
Yeah.
At least from what we can see on screen, looks like there might be some better opportunities to start off this heat and getting in position.
Yeah, this is tough. This is a tough, even for the people at home, maybe expecting to see 10-foot pipe, massive spits and barrels. It's definitely not that today.
And that is the thing about pipeline and just the North Shore in general, right? It goes from 0 to 100 to 0. Blink of an eye.
Yeah.
You can be out here surfing 2 feet, having the time of your life, and then turn around and see the horizon go black.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, I don't want to be here.
Yeah. But there's people that come here that will surf it on a day like this, and they'll be like, I'm surfing pipeline. So if you're one of those people at home that claimed you surf pipeline, I hope you're tuning in and not giving any bad vibes out to them. Here we go. What's going to happen here? Who's this? Koi girl going in for the right back door.
Let's go.
Pocket ride. Hack.
Yeah, we'd love it.
Yeah, something. Get on the board on a day like today in the rain. Big storm coming. Gabriella Bryan from Kauai, Kilauea, Kauai. Yeah, Kauai, I mean, they're ultra talented on that island. More talent than I think people realize, unless you visit that island and then you see.
Everybody rips. And like, you could be at a random wave in the middle of the forest and you'll just see people pulling in and charging the nutsest waves that you'll never hear of.
Yeah, like, oh, who's that guy? That's a fireman.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a fisherman. Oh, she teaches.
Another look at Gabriella, like that technique, dragging the hand, get a little cover up and a nice snap. This is a great way to start things off.
Yeah,
I mean, her.
She can definitely improve on that pocket ride, but at least that must give her a bit of like, oh, at least I'm not like gonna get boloed or the side bolo. But yeah, the Kauai crew, growing up, I used to get a bit irritated. She only needs a 9.6.
Yeah, the score for that wave was 10.8, so about a series of high threes.
Yeah, 3s and 4. She's in the top 4. But the Kauai contingent, they would act like they're so good, and they are good. But I was always arguing, you folks have plenty waves to get good.
Tons of waves. First time that I went to Kauai was in the mid-90s. I used to be a team manager for a company that was a division of Reebok called Box. And I had an opportunity to sign some surfers, and there were these two kids in Kauai, Andy and Bruce Irons, that I said to my boss, hey, I think we can get these kids. So I called up Phil Irons, had a conversation with him, and this is classic. He just says, well, if you want to get to know my boys, he's like, I'm going to need you to come over here and spend some time with us. I called my boss. I said, they want me to come to Kauai. He's an Australian guy. Hey, get on the plane and go. Anyway, long story short, I flew out there. I was supposed to be there for 4 days. I ended up staying with the Irons family for a month.
Wow.
Living in the like side garage and going and surfing all these waves with 18 and 16-year-old Andy and Bruce, taking me to pine trees, taking me to secrets and a bunch of other places where other places that I'm not going to name names so I can still be welcomed back in. But going and spending time and seeing the waves that they grew up in and their friends, and just it's like another world, and it's with a different energy. It's not for show.
Yeah.
You know, there's not the world isn't watching in this place where they live, and the depth of passion when they have access to all these different types of crazy ass waves, whether they be beach break or point breaks or big bombs and slabs. It made make sense for me.
I mean, the talent is so high because the quality is so high. And that's what I just was kind of maybe hating, because my island, maybe not as much. Laura going for the back door.
Driving. Come on,
Doggy
Laura,
door?
find the door.
Oh.
But still, how about choosing
Committed.
to go for extras?
She was committed on that thing.
She took her plate and went back for seconds with that second pump.
Yeah. Which, man, you don't know. Moana, she got up in the top 4 by packing a closeout.
Mm-hmm.
Was that as critical as Moana's drop? I don't think so. But the driving through the chandelier.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, hard to know where she fell, but on the come up, yeah, I think that should be scored for something.
By the way, side note to that story, I ended up signing those two kids.
Oh.
Those Andy and Bruce Irons, and it was a life-changing trip for me, to say the least. That began my love affair with coming to the islands.
Wow, yeah, and I'm sure Miss Bryan is going to do her part to try to get up there and represent the island. The beautiful island of Kauai, Kauai Beauty. Great song by many Hawaiian artists, vocalists, but my favorite, Gabi Pahinui. If anyone is familiar with Hawaiian slaki, ki ho'alu, Gabi Pahinui would definitely be on the top of the charts to check out.
Throw her in the Spotify playlist?
Throw that in the
Okay.
Spotify.
All right, well, we're going to check in with our contest director, Nate Fletcher, who is with Mahina Florence. Good morning, Mahina.
Good morning. We are here at the very first VANS Pipe Masters Finals. And like you said, with the contest director, Nathan Fletcher, please give us the rundown of today's finals day.
I would have to say the rundown for the Pipe Masters final is going to be exciting. It's not as big as it was the last few days, but it's a lot more controlled and it's really groomed by the wind. So looks like the rights are really good. Hopefully we see some of the better waves of the contest today. And I feel like today is going to be more of a show and more performance. You're going to be able to put yourself where you want instead of be at the will of the ocean. So I'm looking for some exciting surfing. We're not done with the second round of the women yet, so we're going to see who makes it into the final. But for the finals of the men has already been decided, and those are some heavy hitters right there. And basically, you're probably going to see some barrels, airs, and turns, some high-performance surfing. Sounds like somebody got one right there, right now. I don't know. It's going to be an exciting day of surfing, as it's been the last few days.
All right, thank you, Nate. We heard Zoe McDoodle got a wave. We're going to throw it back to you guys in the booth so you can touch on that last wave.
Thank you very much, Mahina, and I like the optimism of Nate Fletcher. And just on cue, he said there's going to be, opportunities for performance, and boom, we saw Zoe McDougall threading through that nice right. We'll take a look at the replay.
Wow, late drop. Makes it around, kind of shampoo a little bit almost, but this is the barrel that she gets. Nice pocket ride, comes out. I mean, good ride for conditions for today. And then Miss Kauai packing a closeout. Tried a doggy door. She tried to bring on the outside rail, but it just wouldn't let her out. So a nice exchange back to back between those women.
Nice to see opportunities.
Yeah,
That's what we've been hoping for. For when the conditions shift the way they have in the last 2 days, what are the challenges for finding position, especially when it's doing something completely different than it's been doing?
Yeah, as the swell moves more north, the wave changes, so your spot starts to shift. And if you're still learning your spot, now you have even more variables and everything kind of goes out the window. And it's still super shallow out there. I think it looks fun. I think on the television it's so deceiving.
There's no place in the world worse to fall than the back door.
It's the small days that people get the most hurt out there. And people have gotten extremely hurt, hospitalized, critical condition, just because the reef is...
Describe the way that table of the reef is at backdoor.
It's the point of the reef where there isn't quite as, like, pipe goes into that channel we can see from the top. Is this Gabriella?
She'll pull out the back.
Yeah, it's like the way the reef is positioned. Oh. Elan.
Get underneath it. Nice.
Oh, yeah. Cut back. There we go. Yeah, I think the girls are starting to, or the women are starting to get a little more comfortable and like, okay, let's not just try to find this backdoor barrel. And maybe they're just looking at Carissa's and Betty Lou and they're thinking, okay, I got to pack this backdoor barrel. Sophie Bell, another one who was just charging yesterday, but you know, the conditions change. And
got to adapt with it.
Totally.
We saw that with that little drop of a wallet from Elan. She's like, okay, let me just throw a nice turn in here.
Yeah, style. Nice style.
Super nice style.
Laura. Oh, there we go.
Let's go. Oh, it's clipped right at the end.
Yeah, it looked like a rail situation down there. Hard to tell though without seeing in the tube.
I like that she was greedy. She was, you know, like,
Yeah.
I'm going to get as much of this barrel as I can.
Yeah, this, see, she kind of stalls out. Let's see what happens on, I think it's like a rail thing. Oh yeah, that rail. Today's a day where you might want a little more board because you think it's from yesterday. Everyone's like, use a little more board, but there's no current today. And you might be able to get away with a little shorter, thicker board maybe to really pump through. I think we see with Carissa too, poking on her first wave when she took off. You can get in, but a day like this, the shape of the wave is so cylindrical that if you have too much rail, then perhaps you can't feel the wall and really scoop into the tube.
And there you see Zoe McDougall with that last wave has herself in the conversation to try and make it into that top four, only needing a 7.9, which is basically like a couple twos and three.
Yeah, she gets a head dip and a turn. I think that could get her through.
Now you see 5, 6, and 8 all in this heat. So this is pivotal opportunity here with 15 minutes to go for Zoe, Gabriella, and Laura Enever to make a charge.
Yeah, it comes down to just, or, you know, these women, they can go above the lip.
Oh, totally.
And if they're needed 3s and 4s, I'm sure they can get rewarded for a high performance maneuver to get into that without a barrel. You know?
Good point. Very good point. It'll be interesting, you know, obviously we've said all week Moana Jones-Wong is the woman to beat. This is her home field. But it would be interesting to see the pressure would be for her in her second round heat if she did find herself fighting to get back in if someone takes her out at this moment.
Yeah.
Again, what we've been loving about this format, the manner in which every heat counts against the whole leaderboard. You're not competing against the 3 people that you're in the water with. It's against that whole field.
Totally. seeing what is going to put you above and beyond. And then there's also the side caches too, of just big airs, big charging, you know, combos, doggy doors, all those things that are what's cool, that there's a bit of other recognition that you can arrive to without even making your heat or making it into the finals.
Yeah, little paper bags.
Paper bags. Yeah, this must be a bit of torture for these women, and the conditions there, it's gonna get probably more challenging as the day progresses. There's a big Kona storm coming, west winds, what they say, and if you look at the coast on the North Shore on a map, it actually doesn't face north. A lot of these breaks face either due west or a bit north. So along the coastline, that facing out to kind of point, that's west. That's the western point of the island right there. So we're looking southwest right now. So when you see a giant west swell coming, that's why it creates those beautiful left-handers in the pipeline. But that storm is on its way. You can see it's not the sunny. Oh, Laura. In and out.
I could see what you were talking about probably how in this moment she would love to have a smaller board.
Yeah. Oh, Krista Funk right there, photographer extraordinaire. Shot from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. Signature long hair mohawk on the helmet.
I was talking to Brian Bielman yesterday. He said Krista's by far the gnarliest water photographer. Like, her ability to just like put herself in situation and places to get the shot, unmatched.
I think the realm of water for female water photographers, you got people like Krista, Sarah Lee, Sachi Cunningham from San Francisco. And there's some really incredible women photographers out there pushing limits in critical surf. Oh, what is this?
Speaking of critical, let's get some.
Miss Voss. Oh. No. That's a runner too. Okay, here we go. Who's this? McDougal's. She want to dance?
She does.
Get in there, get in there. Slow it down.
Oh.
Oh. Yeah. I don't know. It's so easy to say what someone should have done when you're watching them. I think she did a great job. But, yeah, it's tough. When do you pump? When do you stall? Like, how do you really know? And when you look at someone like Jamie O'Brien, somehow he knows, and that's just the time. As she bottom turns into it, kind of holds it, and then could there have been a pump in there to make it out? I don't know. But this is a great opportunity for her to think, oh, that last wave I got, I could have started pumping here into the doggy door out. If I did it, maybe not, I don't know. But you can see that time and the repetition out here is going to give them that opportunity to be like, oh yeah, I remember in 2022 Pipe Masters, I stalled and I should have pumped, like how, you know, it happened during my free surf before or something, right. You know. If this was a free surf, that would have been 50 people on that wave. Oh, Laura looking back door. Oh, what's going to happen? Gabriella.
Oh, driving.
Wow. Pumping. Oh, running.
She got some nice long travel time in that barrel, though.
Good vision.
Almost to the end.
Yeah, kind of came up by that piece of rock over there. Wow.
Gabrielle O'Brien.
They're packing tubes.
They're charging.
Yeah. And it's so shallow on that reef. It's late drop.
Nice entry.
Pumping into it. Yeah, I mean, she probably was in there looking like, I just got to lock in. This drop is pretty critical. Oh, yeah, that section coming out, she probably seen it all the way down, like, well, what do I do? Do I go for the closeout, or I straighten out and maybe not get any points for it? Not any, but like whatever points they give for that.
Okay, Gabriella looking for a 10.
Yeah, I mean 3s and 4.
Yeah, 3s and 4. I don't know if she'll get that for a closeout. And so we see
Powerhouse.
the hammer. Tyler Wright.
Yeah, she's got Katie Simmers, Betty Lou, and Brianna, another Kauai girl. I think it's, man, there's so many talented female and women surfers out here that are, I mean, they can put on a show. Given those waves, like,
for sure we're gonna see some barrel to layback hack combos from Tyler Wright.
And that's kind of the guinea pigs of the first few heats. They're like out there experimenting, and now the later heats can be like, you know what? I think I can ride a 510 out there, or I can ride my 5.8. You know, I think it's, these women are more than capable of riding a smaller board, getting under it. You know, people who ride small boards out there, Baron Mamiya, he rides small boards. Seth rides pretty small boards out there too.
And we see it. Zoe McDougall, by continuing to charge and pull in and get as much barrel time as possible, has made her way into the 4th spot.
Nice.
Sending Moana Jones-Wong into 5th. So again, that's the other great thing, that the judges rewarding based on what the surfers are being given.
Yeah.
And you see Zoe making that charge, making the statement, look, I'm going for it. I'm pulling into as many as I can, and on that one able to get just enough.
It's pretty interesting to see Zoe's wave that she just got was at a 12.5. And then you have Moana Jones-Wong, who had a 11.3 for her closeout at pipe. And this is now something you're comparing backdoor to pipe. And yeah, I would say Moana Jones-Wong's drop was way more critical, but Zoe's barrel was longer, and she drove through the barrel longer.
Yeah.
So, you know, and this is something that maybe we were discussing earlier. Where do drops come into the point system here at a wave like Pipeline? It's like you're dropping from a house into somewhere you have to be. But it's a barrel wave. I understand that, and this is something too that I'm not like the contest person to really make calls on that. And it's just, as a fan of surfing, you know, I appreciate this judging criteria where there's this commitment and degree of difficulty, your combination surfing style, creative expression, wave selection, and the progressive innovative maneuver. Like having more criteria outside of just traditional, speed, power, flow.
Speed, power, flow.
Yeah, I mean, having these incorporated, it maybe brings room in for a critical drop, you know, into it.
Which, yeah, like you just said, that commitment and degree of difficulty, that's all there in getting into the wave, especially at a place like this.
Oh, here we go. Who's this? Zoe, going right. Kind of on the shoulder. Oh. Yeah, kind of pocket, came around it. We're going to finish off with some progression. Couple turns, kicks out.
She gets in earlier, that opportunity to add a barrel to that before those turns.
Yeah. Miss Vass, I wonder how she did on the left.
Have a look.
Wow, late drop underneath the hook.
Yes.
Wow, that was a good wave. And a turn. Oh, I think one more. Oh, going for the air.
Let's go.
Okay. Wow. I think that's going to be enough to get her into top 4. No, I don't know the numbers right now. What does she need? She needs something, but that was
12.4.
That was good. That was a late drop. That got under it.
That was great if you consider that.
She's on 8s and
Zoe got a
0s. She's on 0s and
Zoe got a 12.5 for packing the closeout.
Right.
So we shall see if
waiting for score, as they tell.
Helen Vost.
That left was sick.
That was great. You could see even as we were watching it off screen that you could see like, oh, that's got a nice setup for her.
Yeah, engage that rail into it. She's looking back like, well, what was that? Let me know. Taking off, pretty critical, you know. Kind of a quick pocket ride, I guess, looking back at it now, but with that turn and going for the air, that's like what Mikey Wright did.
Yesterday, here we go.
Zoe.
Airdrop for that back
And that's a-
doorway of Zoe McDougal, and in the white
Yeah,
here,
the
we have
airdrop. I mean, I don't know, is that like, that was pretty hard to do. That airdrop was pretty sick.
Then it becomes that point of it was a difficult drop, but also it was late.
Yeah. And would you argue that it would have been better to get barreled versus miss it? It's like the judging criteria. I'm glad I'm not.
That's why we're not. That's why we don't do that job.
Yeah,
we
we're just peanut gallery.
sit here and play peanuts all day. Still waiting for scores. So judges,
They're thinking about it.
taking their time.
Don't get it wrong. No, they have a hard job, and we gotta appreciate the
And
judges.
Elon, it exactly happened as we thought it would. Elon Vast, 13.6
Yeah.
total of the 3 scores, gets her into 4th.
But then, what is Zoe's
Oh,
backup?
Zoe's wave.
But Zoe has a backup now.
She had a backup of 11.1, so now she just Elon back
in and
the
out,
5th.
in and out.
They're swinging on
Kick
each other.
out. Doggy doored.
Oh, how's that wave?
Wow.
But that answered the question about that drop.
One more time. Something's happening.
Ooh, scratching both sides. Oh, Elon.
Yeah. There's waves at back door, but they are closing out. So you gotta be on the doggy door today. Through the doggy door. Sheldon. Hi,
at
Sean.
We
You're
got
man.
4, 5, 7, and 8 in this heat. With 2 minutes to go, this heat we knew was going to have the opportunity to shake up our top 4 standings, and we could see some more shifting.
Yeah.
Again, just like yesterday, the kumbaya vibes of
They're
round
out.
1 are gone in round 2.
Yesterday, we so glad women's upper. Now we're like, sis, out of my way. I'm coming for cash.
1 wave right here in this 1 minute and 20 seconds could get you into the final.
Laura, I mean, she's not out of it either.
Laura needs a 12.8. Gabriella needs 12.9. Elon just needs a 10.1.
If anyone gets a 5, they're in.
Yeah. Combination of threes, basically. High threes. Will they have time? Again, no priority.
Or Zoe just nailed to the coffin and just packs a nuts one. And getting the reps in, that's what's really cool to see. She's getting a ton of waves and still making it. That's a cool opportunity right there. Looks like the ocean is just kind of...
That's the worst when the ocean is like,
I'm
I
done.
see your drama and I'll give you nothing.
Yeah.
I see the story that you're trying to weave. I don't know if I want to participate.
Yeah.
Planet Frustron.
Makua, Dylan just watching us just fry in the pan.
15 seconds. And it does not look like, because we see Laura scratching for something, but there's not going to be another opportunity in this heat. Zoe McDougal, for the time being, finding herself in that finals opportunity, charging, packing some closeouts.
Oh.
As we will pass it over to Heat 3 here in round 2 and welcome in Makua and Dylan to take it away.
Opening up with a backdoor barrel in the opening seconds. Wow. What great timing there for Betty Lou. She's in the 3rd spot right now, so look for her to improve on a low score of a 7.8 out of 30. She does have a 24-point ride from round 1. I was barely sitting back down after blowing the horn, and I look up and like, oh my goodness, Betty Lou's in the barrel. Not surprised, but just, you know, shall we wait till Uncle sit down first? No, I'm just kidding.
Welcome back to a not so sunny VANS Pipe Masters, but beautiful conditions on hand. We do have the women in the water. We are into Heat 3. How's it going, Dylan?
Yeah, going good. Yeah, excited to see what's on offer for us today. You know, a lot of these girls are hunting some scores and want redemption from yesterday. It's a little more playful out there, and seems like, you know, Brianna Cope, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, and Tyler Wright are all looking hungry and ready to rock and roll in the overcast conditions that we got today.
Oh yeah, Dylan, they are definitely ready to put on a show for us. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson on your screen there in blue. One of the most talented women surfers in the world right now. You've seen yesterday how just confident she was, and right up and riding, first thing, straight into the barrel.
Wow.
And like I was just talking about, the confidence level in this young woman is very high. She's going to get back out there and get another one, a deeper one and a better one. But for now, look at that from the side. Slotted in, perfect positioning. Not as deep as she could have been, but, you know, first wave of the heat.
Man, she's so stylish. I really like her style and approach, and I mean, yesterday she handled those tough conditions, and today is looking like a breeze for her. You know, I think she could do some damage out there again today. You know, she knows this lineup. You know, and she's going to be hunting around and trying to better her scores and secure her spot. She's in number 2 right now on the standings, so yeah, I think she's trying to make sure she stays in there. Actually, well, she's got a 40, so we were talking about that yesterday.
Well, you notice all the girls usually sit in one bunch, and Sakura is sitting off to the side by herself. That's a very good tactic, because I've seen a lot of the girls this morning really just kind of following each other around. Like, I'm not sure. A little bunch of heads, they just kind of pack together, and they, you know. Right now, today, you have to move around in this lineup. It's a north swell. If you slip too much to the pipeline side of the ocean, you will be hindering your scoring potential, because down towards Aints Bowl, we'd call Aints Bowl, is more where Betty is. It's starting to run down there more towards the off-the-wall section of the wave. And I think splitting up and searching the reef today is really going to benefit these women.
Yeah, no, definitely. It seems hard to know where to be exactly today, because I have seen some deep as well. I've seen some waves at pipe, like early before the contest, guys and girls were charging and yeah, getting a few on the lefts. It is a lot smaller than yesterday and a lot slower, but you know, still some scores on offer. So hopefully, you know, some action will start popping off here, and it'll get a little more consistent.
Well, Tyler Wright is no stranger to the barrel out here at Backdoor, nor is Katie Simmers. She definitely put on a performance yesterday, Dylan.
I was impressed. Yeah. You know, I saw her, like I said yesterday, I saw her paddle out in the morning and take donuts and paddle back out after that. So you knew she was ready to go for it, and she definitely performed well. Like, kind of looked like it gave her confidence, and she went out there, got 2 scores, and she's in 3rd place right now overall in the standings. So really a good showing here for Katie.
Yeah, and just, you know, kind of minimal fractional scores needed to break into the top 4 right now. I mean, there's one surfer that definitely has a stronghold on the field into the finals, which is Carissa Moore. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is looking pretty solid. Katie Simmers in 3rd. Zoe McDougall had just jumped in that last heat into that top 4 position.
Oh, wow, yeah. So she got a 12.5 and an 11.1. So, yeah, she's holding on to that last spot. Katie's probably going to want to replace her 12.5. I think that's her strategy in this heat. You know, looking to get closer to that 40-point mark as we were saying yesterday, is in the men's, they, the top 4 and even, or it was like the top 8 had 40 points. So you definitely want to, get around that mark to make sure you have the best shot at making that top 4 and winning that, $100,000. And the prize purse for all the finalists is really great.
Yeah, you see the scores, and like you're saying, 40 points and over. Yesterday was a very, very good day to get one score under your belt coming into today, which is a lot smaller, but the judges are going to have to judge the day, like we were saying yesterday. Everything that happened yesterday doesn't matter anymore. It's all about what you can produce today.
Right.
And seeing if you can get yourself into that top 4.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the criteria, is the same, but it is a different day. And, instead of having a scale for each heat, this contest is a little more interesting, and it's a little harder on the judges to get it right. So it's a tall order for, as we keep talking about, a tall order for the judges and for the surfers, because you're not surfing against just the people in your heat. You're surfing against the entire field. So you want to perform at a top level, and you want your 2 scores to be really high.
I've always felt when I was in these heats that I was just surfing against myself, because I couldn't really dictate, especially when there was priority involved. It's hard to dictate what other people do in your heat. And you kind of got to make sure that you're focused on your task at hand, getting your 2 waves, getting out of the heat or getting into the final positions. But right now with the priority, without priority, you can kind of jockey, and if you know where to sit and kind of, the lineup a little bit better than most, you can put yourself into some of these beautiful situations. And here we go. Speaking of that, Betty Lou was looking at a smaller inside wave that definitely was not going to have much of scoring potential on hand. She'll get back out the back and look for another one.
Yeah, well, I think that's the idea with, the no priority. I think they just want to see surfers surf a lot of waves. They want the surfers to get a little scrappy and just surf everything that's out there. We saw, Carissa Moore's wave yesterday was sort of one of the medium ones, and that ended up being the wave of the day. On a day like yesterday, you're kind of just going on whatever you can get close to, because it was such a big playing field. Today, I feel like it's not as hectic, and you're going to see a lot more. A lot of these competitors getting a lot more scrappy and just trying to surf and get scores on the board, get some rhythm going. So hopefully the ocean can start turning on, and I think it's high tide right now. That's probably playing a factor in how slow this is, and obviously dying swell too. But we got a lot of weather out there, some wind in the forecast, so they're hoping to squeeze all these heats and finals in before it goes. It's meant to go Kona winds, right, Makua?
There we go. Talk about Kona winds.
Wow.
Up and riding, driving through the barrel. Woo. Brianna Cope on a beautiful ride. Unfortunately, getting shut down at the end, and all of these waves are so. They're so perfect right now. You drop in, you look down the line. She's pulling in, thinking she's going to come out, and with the northerly direction, it just ran off just a little bit. You see her pumping in there, front-footed. Everything was perfect. That wave just shut down, and unfortunately, she was unable to complete that ride. But, I think the wave of the day yesterday was Kaulana Opo, honestly. Coming back, 2 waves in one heat with 30 seconds to go. Buzzer beater and getting a score to move into that top 4. That did it for me yesterday.
That was super inspiring. I know. It gave us all chicken skin. Your guys' stories about Kaulana, I had no idea. His background and where he came from, and he just seemed genuinely stoked about it. So that was just so cool. Great way to end the day on a heat like that, on a moment like that. That story and everything. Like, it's just so inspiring, and cherry on top, local boy.
I want to see
representing Hawaii in the final.
I want to see how he translates it over to the finals today. But nonetheless, we have the women in the water. Round 2, heat 3. In the lead, Betty Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, Brianna Cope, and Tyler Wright up in this heat right now. Tyler and Brianna looking for those scores to get into the top 4.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see Tyler there holding position. You know all these girls are kind of thinking backdoor. You know, that's what's on offer today. I think the highest scores are going to be the backdoor ones. But you know, as we saw yesterday, it's Pipeline's decision. It's this ocean will make those decisions for us, not what we think.
We want to welcome a very special guest into the studio with us, Bella Kenworthy.
What's
How
up,
are
Bella?
you?
Good, how are you?
Awesome. Good to have you in the studio today. And I hear you might be best friends with one of these girls in this heat, or, you know, buddies with one. Want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, I've just grown up competing against Katie and surfing with her, and so it's sick to see her in this heat.
Oh, nice. Right on. Yes, Katie Simmers is in white, ladies and gentlemen. She is right now looking for a score to better her positioning in the top 4. She's in 3rd. I'm sure she would like to get rid of that 12.5 and move up the leaderboard to be a little more safe, but nonetheless, we have Bella here today. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, it's been so exciting to watch. The girls have been getting some sick ones, and the waves look really fun.
Is this your first time to a Pipe Masters?
Yeah.
Nice. Well,
Did
welcome
you get out
in.
Did you get out there this morning?
I was out there. I didn't catch any good ones, but I was trying.
Oh,
Yeah.
there we go.
What's your take on the conditions today?
They were super fun. I feel like there was like a bunch of fun rides.
There we go. Yeah, it's definitely setting up for the rights. It's a northerly swell. It's a little bit inconsistent, but then, you know, that's time for you to find yourself in this lineup. I mean, how much time have you really surfed out here at Pipeline?
I've gone out like 5 times. This is my first like winter trying to get a couple, so.
Well, don't stop trying. It's going to be perfect, you know, especially maybe this afternoon. We'll see if it blows out. If not, you know, definitely get back out there and try and catch a couple more waves.
Yeah, Bella, what's it mean to you to watch women compete in the Pipe Masters?
Yeah, it means a lot to get to like watch all like the people I look up to competing out there and like inspiring like me and like a bunch of other people to like push myself out there and like try and get some. It's inspiring to watch.
Yeah, what was your favorite ride yesterday?
I mean, definitely Carissa's. That was just so insane.
Yeah, who else? Who do you want to see in the final? Who would you like to see at the end of the round in that top 4?
I mean, I'd love to see a bunch of people in that. It's hard to decide because everyone is just so good. But I'd love to see a couple of my friends make it in there.
Yeah, well, Katie's in there right now. I think Sierra's coming up in one of the next heats as well. Maybe the next. I'm not sure.
What did you think about Sierra's charging yesterday?
Oh, that was insane. Just like watching her like take that drop, and that was so cool.
Yeah, that was a pretty big wave. Bottom turn, caught her rail, and ended up breaking her board. Young Sierra Kerr charging yesterday. And if you could pick one person to win this event, who would it be?
I mean, there's a couple people I'd like to win. Like, yeah, Carissa, Katie, Sierra, Molly, all of them. Like
Katie, Sierra, and Molly, she says, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be our top 3 in this event.
Three-way tie for the win. That'd be pretty cool.
Well, we're going to have to get Sierra and Molly up in that 4th position.
So are you thinking about next year? Would you like to see yourself in this event?
Yeah, I'd love to be in this event next year or 1 year. I definitely want to put in my some time this winter and learn it a little better, and then hopefully one day get into this comp.
Nice. Yeah. How old are you, Bella?
16.
Nice. Yeah, that's.
You're right
crazy.
there. You're ready to. You got to put in your entry into the VANS Triple Crown Digital Series and land yourself a spot out here in the VANS Pipe Masters.
Is that the plan? Are you gonna submit some waves in the Digital Triple Crown?
I'm gonna try and get a couple to submit. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Bella's dad is legendary photographer and videographer Jason Kenworthy. You know, you may know his name from just pretty iconic photos, and he helped produce Raw Irons, which was one of my favorites growing up. You know, just I mean, it says it all in the name, Raw Irons. Do you get psyched on some of your dad's old vids that he's made?
Oh, I love to watch all like the videos that he's made. Like growing up watching like Leave a Message with all those girls.
Yeah.
I watched that like all the time growing up. So that was.
Hell yeah. That's awesome. That's so cool.
I remember getting to go on some surf trips in Indonesia with Mr. Jason Kenworthy. He was, still is a good friend of mine. And shout out to Kenworthy and his ohana out there watching on the beach. But as you see on screen, don't blink because we have some action in the lineup.
Wow, Katie deep right there. Whoa.
Wow, she was charging that
Yeah.
That was sick.
Yeah, it seems like the pack's a little closer together. Bella, if you were in a heat out there, what do you think your strategy would be today?
My strategy would be to try and get a couple rides, I'd say, because that's all I can do. But the rides look really fun. It looks like there's a couple.
Yeah. So on a day like yesterday, you know, what would be going through your mind if you had a heat? Like, say this was next year in the Pipe Masters, you're seeing waves on the second reef. What would be going through your head?
That's a good one.
I'd probably be a little stressed, a little scared. But
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I think everybody is. Like,
Yeah.
guys, girls, that's in the back of everyone's head. You're not like, you know, looking at the ocean like, you know, how it was yesterday, being pretty unruly and being like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna nail this. It's like you never know with the ocean. Like you could be paddling out at the worst time and get slammed. And I think, yeah, it's just totally fair to, you know, be a little stressed and nervous.
Well, one day we may see you out here in the lineup. Thank you so very much for joining us here today in the booth. Don't go away, anybody. We are going to break right now, and we will see you
Yeah,
right
Bella.
back here at the
Good
VANS
job.
Pipe Masters 2022. Aloha.
Hey, man, that's mine. Now, anytime we find lost and found items, we kind of generically put it out because you would have 100 guys. That's one token. One token. Yeah.
But we don't have a set of Tesla keys up here, for the record. We do not. I see some people down there now patting their pockets. Like, oh, gotta make sure I got everything.
Remember 1972 world champion Jimmy Blears?
Oh, yes.
Former lifeguard?
Yeah.
Worked at mainly Sunset Beach. That was his tower, right?
Yeah, Jimmy loved the 2.5.
And his side hobby was metal detecting.
Oh, yeah. Down there with the scooper and the detector.
He would even come down to my tower, Tower 4 Alpha at Sandy Beach, and engage the area. Metal detecting board.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VANS Pipe Masters 2022. As you can see, the beautiful scenic view live here from the North Shore of Oahu at the world-famous Bonsai Pipeline. If you are just joining us today, we are in Heat 3, Round 2 of the women's. In blue, we have Betty Lou Sakura Johnson out in front, Katie Simmers in white in second. Looking for some scores, Brianna Cope in red and Tyler Wright in black. And up and riding and over the falls, we have Brianna Cope charging that backdoor barrel. Unfortunately, coming up short.
Yeah, the conditions are definitely, you know, it's the rights are slurping pretty hard. It's like, you know, when you're taking off on those, all the drops seem pretty critical, even if they're not that big. Here we go. It looks like White's taking off
this
right
is
here.
such
Katie,
a beautiful
wow.
one. This is going to be an 8 or
Make
9.
it! Do it!
Oh, she just had to pump.
Whoa, that was going all the way to off the wall right there. That was crazy.
That's what you call a runner.
Yeah,
And,
there's some freight trains today. I definitely think someone's going to crack the code and yeah, hack into one of these runners.
Oh, it's all too easy to pull into one of those and get locked in. and just stay there and just be like, oh, I'm going to make this thing, but you really got to pump your board, especially at backdoor. You see all the greats out there, you'll see their board rocking in the barrel, up and down, just to make it through it.
You got to listen to...
So beautiful right there, just...
Wow,
that was a 10-point ride
10.
for sure for today.
Yeah, definitely throw on Toto, hold the line. That's going to be the theme song for today. There we go, Tyler Wright getting on the board, getting the mojo flowing. Wow, that was committed. That was sick. Yeah, Tyler always does such a good job adapting to the conditions and just always performing well. I mean, that's why she's world champ. Super awesome to see her in an event like this and kind of up against, you know, some new names, and maybe, you know, Katie's gonna just qualified for the tour for her second time, but decided to do it this year, and probably cool for both of them to get some water time and compete against one another.
This girl's bottom turn is no joke. You know,
Yeah.
She definitely knows how to get the speed, maximize the speed on this board. Tucks in nice and tight up high, and right here just driving off the bottom, wrapping it, and tapping it at the end for the combo. I mean, that's one of the first multi-combination waves we had of the women in this format.
Yeah, I think she's definitely going to climb the ladder with that wave. She's currently 14th in the rankings. And yeah, with this format, as we saw yesterday in some of the men's heats, we had people, you know, we had Kalana Apo make it to the final, end up at the top of the ladder yesterday as we closed it out in the last 6 minutes of the heat. So, you know, anything's possible here at, you know, with this court that we call Mother Ocean. She can throw anything your way. If you're in the right headspace or mojo, I don't know, Makua, what would you call it?
I would just call it, you know, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. You know, to be in the right place at the right time. It's not always about being good. It's about searching the lineup, not just sitting there. You know, when you just sit there, you get cold, you get stiff, you want to move around, you want to keep the blood flowing, so when that one good one does come, you don't get up and trip over your leash, or, you know, something's bound to happen if you're just sitting there. And with that wave, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you guys know, but on your screen, Tyler Wright has just jumped into the 4th spot in our top 4.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that was a really well-surfed wave. You know, she was ticking all the boxes. You know, she got barreled. She did 2 turns, finished on a super critical floater. So, yeah, that just goes to show she's here to compete. That's what she does best. She got a 7, 2 7s, and a 6.8 to get a total of 20.8. That's how we're getting the scores. If you're just tuning in, yeah, it's a sum of all the judges' scores that give you, you know, basically a 30 would be the best you could get. And Tyler doing well to get in the 20-point range. That's a keeper.
I mean, those scores right there that she got, those are the average that you need to make it into the finals. If she can back up another one, I think she will be well into the top of the leaderboard and not just sitting in 4th place with her lead not so guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's about surfing and surf contests is that anybody at any time in any session can be the surfer of that session. It doesn't all come back to who's the most talented, who's the most freakish. If you're in tune with the ocean, you can tap in and beat some of the world's best. So, I don't know, it's just always exciting to sit there, watch your friends, just try to do their best. And I think that's what everyone's trying to do today. And every time you go in the water, it definitely draws the best out of each surfer. And that's why we're all addicted.
Talking about looking for scores and solidifying your lead, on your screen, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and we have a bio coming up for you right now.
Pipeline is beautiful and scary. It's perfect in certain ways, but definitely does have like a sketchy side of that wave. I do feel maybe a little more comfortable than the other girls, like in heavier waves or anything, but I think that just has to deal with like growing up on the North Shore. Just because we have those big swells and we're kind of just put into that. Committing for a wave is definitely a different mindset. Just not think and go, I guess, to put your head down and commit. I actually found this photo on the side of the road, and it was Eddie a cow. Snagged it. Hitting the end section at pipe makes me feel like strong in a way. A gnarly section, but if you're able to like get a turn, it's such a bonus section for like scoreable points. Yeah, it just makes you feel strong. You're like, oh my god, I just hit that section at pipe.
Up and riding right into live action, we have Brianna Cope on a beautiful runner, once again shutting down. But you've seen Shreddy Lou, Sakuda Johnson as her friends call her. You know her as Betty Lou Sakuda Johnson. She is in second place with a 40-point total. And yeah, what do you think about that little bio there, Dylan?
Yeah, it was cool. I think, you know, the team has done really well on all those little pieces. But here we go, live action. We got Shreddy Lou up and riding.
Ooh, that looked like she kind of crushed down that little section right there in front of her.
Yeah, it's, you know, I think it seems like all the competitors are exploring the lineup. And yeah, she did look...
sorry.
She did look a little deep, and you know, I think she took off in the right spot, but yeah, Tyler was looking, it was looking like it was gonna, you know, maybe shift, but
oh, she would have got arrowed on that thing for sure.
Damn. Chandelier.
Oh.
Yeah, that's, I feel like, you know, with it being a little smaller, things like that are going to come into play. You know, when you're in a free surf out here, that seems to happen a lot because there's just a lot of people looking. You're always trying to, you know, trying to get a wave. That's the goal for being out there, and unfortunately, things like that are going to happen.
I wonder if that's a type of paddling interference, or does that not count? You have to drop in on the person.
I don't know. Yeah, that's a tough one. That would be a little harsh, I feel like. You know, I think it was valid. Like, as soon as she saw that Betty Lou was going to make it, she pulled back. But I don't know. It's also, with it being smaller, I feel like the waves are a little more sensitive. Makua put me on the rose right here.
You're definitely feeling a little more sensitive right now, buddy. But nonetheless, Betty Lou Sakura is not playing any games. She doesn't mind. She's back in the barrel and coming out once again. Little hair flick to claim at the end right there, and she's looking good. I mean, her scores are high. She has a 24.0 and a 16.0 in her scoreline. Katie Simmers, 21.5 and a 12.5. Tyler Wright in the top four with a 7.7 and a 20.8. And of course, the one, the only, Carissa Moore, 18.0, 29.5.
Crazy. Yeah, you know what I just realized too? 3 of the top 4 are in the same heat, this heat that we're watching right now. That's pretty wild. So there's some mojo. There's some, I feel like they're getting a rise out of each other out there. Here goes Tyler Wright. She's looking at this one.
Get in there.
Wow, this looks, oh, man. Yeah, she's going for it. It's cool. You know, I think she you know, has tasted a little bit of blood. She's got that score. She's looking to back it up and get a little closer to that 40-point range. There's still, you know, there's 2 heats to go after this. You know, her being in that 4th spot, I feel like she's probably feeling a little vulnerable.
Yeah, nobody's safe until it's over, you know. It's one thing with these, the format the way that it is. At any given time in a heat, you can get 2 waves back to back. Out here at Pipeline Backdoor, it doesn't take the longest to paddle out. You could have, I mean, we've seen Kolanapo in the last 30 seconds. He got one with about, I think, 13 minutes, got back out there. Solidified himself a place.
Oh, wow,
and look
there's
who's
Brianna.
Going to solidify herself a place in the finals.
Around it.
Oh, Brianna Cope just a little bit behind that wall of water there and out the back. Looks like we may have another ride by the young Katie Simmers.
Buzzer beater.
Wow.
Make it. Oh.
The doggy door or the rat trap. It's one of the two.
Yeah, damn. That one definitely a little rat trappy. Oh, there was some words exchanged right there. Wow. Potential interference.
Where?
Possibly. I don't know, right here. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, she was mad.
What do you mean interference? That's just called no priority, and one person was deeper. And then look, I mean, she shouldn't be that mad. She got a better wave out the back.
Yeah, she did well on that. Yeah, unfortunately, Brianna as well, just kind of having some bad luck. She looked good on her boards, and she seemed like she was surfing well, and just didn't really pan out for her. But yeah, Katie was definitely upset there. Some drama.
Ready to scrap. Nah. These young women are so, they're just fully dedicated to their craft and their sport, and emotions, run high out in the heat, and Katie Simmers is in the top 4, Brianna Cope is not, and they're just looking to surf hard, and sometimes they got to push themselves, but I'm sure everything will be fine, and there is no interference, and maybe it's just asking her how the wave before was. How was that one? You know what I mean? You never know what's going on out there.
That was cool.
We didn't know what was going out there, but I do know what's going on in here. I have one of my brothers on the set with us, Mr. J.O.B. Jamie O'Brien.
What's up, Makukai?
How you doing?
Good
Yeah,
job.
Jamie.
You guys been crushing it. I've been
It's
watching
James O'Brien, excuse me.
Yeah, because I'm getting old.
Yeah, Jamie. So talk us through that heat of yours yesterday. You decided to paddle out on your foamy.
Yeah, well, I kind of looked at the conditions, and I'm like, all right, this is not a make or break. I'm going to make the final or whatnot. I didn't know, but I was like, well, maybe I could get 2 7s on my soft top. I didn't think that could be a problem if the waves came. Unfortunately, my heat, in both heats, the waves didn't come. And both heats I won, but that doesn't matter in this contest. It's all about getting the best, biggest, baddest wave.
I just thought you were a marketing genius, riding your own equipment out there that people could buy. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, this is the guy right here. Go, James.
He's definitely that. As far as the conditions yesterday and the day before, where'd that fall on a scale of 1 to pipeline?
1 to 10, you mean?
Yeah, on the scale of 1 to maxing pipeline. Well, pipeline, when you say pipeline, it's at a certain level. Before we get into this, let's just introduce this heat real quick. Heat 4, Pua Makamai de Soto. I'm sorry, I just totally probably blew that.
Pua Makamai de Soto, Mona Jones-Wong, Sierra Kerr, and Molly Picklum all vying to get into that top 4 spot right now. But we have in studio first, live action, backside, Moana Jones-Wong on the right.
She knows how to do it, too, on the right. I seen her get so shacked.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she's ripping the top off of that one. Yeah, Jamie, what do you think? How do you think women's surfing is progressing out here at Pipeline?
Oh, tremendously. Honestly, and maybe 10 years ago, there was maybe 1 or 2 girls that would paddle out Pipeline. And now you see at least, 10 or 12 every time you paddle out Pipeline. And they're getting some legitimate waves now. They're pushing the issue. They are forced to be reckoned with. And, it's amazing to see Moana Jones, what she's doing. It's amazing to see, what Tati's doing, taking off under the lip. It's amazing to see all the women surfers out there, and Carissa Moore just continues to mind-blow everybody.
Here we go, up and riding.
Definitely. And this girl, what a year she's had. She just attacked that thing. I love her vibe is so sick. She's just not afraid to, go on crazy ones, get scrappy. It's good to see. She's pushing the sport so much, and she had a crazy ordeal go down yesterday. I heard she hit her head, pretty good yesterday, and she was here in the medical tent, kind of getting checked out, and luckily she was all clear to surf again today.
I see the girls opting to maybe not wear a helmet. She uses a helmet most of the time. It's more dangerous Pipeline when it's this size than when it's 10 to 12 feet. Right, Jamie?
Right, it's so crazy, Maku. I do not understand. The day Dusty got hurt a couple of years ago. Look at this one. Wow, go, pump.
Oh, yes. Sierra Kerr.
No, I think that was Molly.
Oh, Molly Picklum.
Yeah.
Molly Picklum on a trainer. That's going to definitely put her up there. That was a deep barrel right there.
Did that put her in top 4, or she needs a little bit more of a score?
She just needs a 6-point ride.
I'd say that was a 6.
And they gave Tyler a 7 something on that one. So
there we go.
Yeah, I'd say that's definitely in the conversation.
Molly Picklum is picking them right now out there. Look at that.
Yeah,
it's perfect for the girls out there today. And to your point, Makua, I've got hit my head multiple times on days this big. It doesn't matter. It's just the smaller the wave, the more shallow it is. Wow, nice hack.
Yeah, Pua getting her campaign started and some mojo flowing out there this morning. She was out early. There was actually, the lineup was like, I feel like 70% women this morning. They were all on it. All the younger girls out there, trying to get comfortable with the, with the conditions and make a name for themselves. That was Molly's ride that I think is going to put her in that top 4.
What about that first pump off the drop? That was a little different than most. She definitely got her, her speed up and going. That's what I was talking about that other wave when Katie Simmers dropped in. She dropped in and just kind of locked in. Molly Picklum came off the bottom, drove high, and drove that board through those sections, which gave her a lot of speed to come out. And that hack was no joke either at the end.
Yeah, she's surfing to the criteria and, doing the best with the conditions that are on offer for us today. But back to my surf geek question about Pipeline in the last few days. And I said, on a scale of 1 to Pipeline, I say that because when it's true Pipeline, that's when it's Pipeline. Like this, technically, yes, is Pipeline, but not how we know it. So on a scale of, 1 being the lowest, Pipe being a 10, where'd the last few days fall for you, Jamie?
Molly, look at that. Top 4.
Boom.
That was well written, right? We want to see people ride barrels like that, and that's why she's in the top 4 right there.
Yeah, that was a sick one. That was behind the peak. I mean, right here, look at this. That first pump right there set her up, rocking that board in the barrel, coming out, ripping the top off of that one. That was a beautiful score, and she deserved every bit of that score that she's gotten. I mean, we're even in here cheering, go, 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 make this one. That was a very beautiful wave, and congratulations, Molly, on cracking the top 4 and up and riding. I'm not sure who that was.
That was Sierra Kerr.
Sierra Kerr.
Yeah, she's, trying to get her campaign started. I think that was her first wave. She did well yesterday. I don't think she got any scores that she was too excited about, but, I know she's capable of a lot, and she's such a good surfer. One of my favorites of, the up-and-coming generation of women surfers. And
we'll talk about up-and-coming generation of women surfers. Mahina Florence has Betty Lou Sakuda Johnson for you.
Yes, I'm with Betty Lou. Betty, I want to touch back on your backdoor wave yesterday. Makua mentioned that you look so comfortable out there. You're even doing a double-headed drag in the barrel. Can you break down that wave for us and your comfortability out there?
Thank you, Mahina. Yeah, totally. I think I definitely was a little nervous going out there watching from the beach because you're just watching the waves break. And but after, once you're out there, it's a total different mindset. And it's way more comfortable out there with no one else out because I feel like the crowd is almost more scarier than the wave itself. So yeah, that was kind of just a huge breaking point for myself, just to be more comfortable and hopefully take off on a couple of waves. And luckily I made one out, and that was one of my favorite moments I think I've ever had out there.
And you are progressing at lightning speed. What has changed for you?
I think maybe just training and just pushing myself more, just because I know where I want to be and I have goals, and I really want to accomplish my goals. And I think that's just, a mind capability of making it stronger. And because I think everyone's body can totally do it, and you can get stronger, you can always train and everything, but I think talent with no hard work isn't going to get you far. So you need to have talent and hard work to get where you want to be.
So well said. Now, today's conditions are completely different than yesterday. So what was your strategy going into today?
Today, since it was definitely smaller, it's way smaller today, the swell is dying off, so there's less energy out in the water. But yeah, just to really catch waves, stay busy out there, just because you never know when the ocean doesn't want to, offer its waves anymore. So yeah, just stay busy, better my scores from yesterday, just get my backup. I was able to get one little one, and it did help improve my other wave from yesterday. So I think that's, hopefully I just stay there. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, you are currently in second place, so that's really, really awesome. We know anything can change at any time, but congratulations on that. Did you change your board setup today?
Yes, I did change my board setup just because it's totally different from yesterday. It's way smaller, and yesterday I was actually riding a 6.6, so that was, I've actually never even rode the board before, but with the size of the waves, and just I know I needed to really get in the wave early. I wanted some more foam, so I went with a 6.6, but today I'm riding a 6.0. So a little smaller, yeah, 6 inches, but yeah, totally fine out there.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for that breakdown, and we hope to see you in the finals. We're going to send it back to you boys in the booth.
Thank you, Mahina, and congratulations, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. And Jamie O'Brien, we have him here in studio with us now. Jamie, where is your favorite part of the reef to set up when it's this size out here at Backdoor and Pipeline?
You know, on a day like today, you kind of want to be sitting in front of the Volcom House. You want to be sitting deep on the reef in front of the Volcom House, because you could take off super far back and you could just backdoor the whole thing. And you could get an 8 to 9 second barrel at backdoor, which is hard to believe, but if you pull in at the top of the reef and ride it all the way through, wow, that was a huge snap.
Yeah, that was sick. Yeah, sure. Her board's looking good. Yeah, pumped to see her take off underneath one. Hopefully sit in front of that Volcom House.
Yes. So I think where Pua's sitting, ideally, if a right comes right where she's sitting and it looks good, I think she's got to take it, and that thing's gonna run all the way across the reef.
Well, you could almost see that right setting up there just now, and I think that maybe Molly Picklum was looking at that right, but maybe it stretched down to off the wall a little bit. Right now with the northerly direction, James, they're tending to run off on these girls and maybe close out a little bit down the line. Do you think sitting down at 8s would help them out at all with this swell condition, the direction of this swell?
I was going to mention that. I think there's 2 peaks right now, you know. I mean, there's probably 3 places you can sit. If they're sitting down at 8s, I think they could probably get a lot more waves and make a lot more barrels. 8s is kind of right before off the wall, and it's got this little nice flat, shallow reef that just allows you to like pick off some amazing waves. I've won so many heats picking off a wave after I got a wave at backdoor at 8s on the way back out. And
if you're sitting in the lineup right here, Jamie, it's a beautiful 10 to 15, 8 to 10 foot day at Pipe. Where's your lineup on the beach with those stairs, with those houses? You share a little bit with the world of where you would sit out there.
The house with the green roof, and a little bit over, there's a pine tree. I'm always kind of keeping an eye on that. There's a boil out there. I'm always trying to keep an eye on that, and keep an eye out where my friends are sitting, because everyone's kind of, like, everyone's got their own little different trip. I asked John, he like looks at me weird. I'm like, dude, don't get weird with me. Like, I know everything about this spot too. Like, I'm just trying to pick your brain, you know? But there's the guys out there that like to push the issue. And some guys that push the issue end up getting some pretty psycho waves or some pretty psycho wipeouts.
Oh, yeah, and then, I mean, somebody that's pushed the issue for a long time is Wakita. He's got his own bowl out there. I mean, what does that mean to have your own named spot at Pipeline?
It's pretty legendary, really.
Yeah.
I mean, he charges so hard. It's incredible. He's 50 years old and he's still out there. And like I'm turning 40 next year, and I'm like, how am I gonna keep doing this? All right, like, you know what I mean? Like, man, after getting slammed in the reef that many times and like taking that many like crazy wipeouts at such a high level of surfing, like, I don't know. At some point, you gotta let the kids just take your spot. Peace out. Time to do surf trips, cruise. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I think the Hoes have done such a good job too at, like, just going out there and still getting crazy ones. I mean, Uncle Mike, 60, still getting clips in like all of Mason's videos and performing at a top level whenever he chooses to paddle out. I could definitely see you, sort of aging like fine wine in that realm, with all the content you're putting out. And
well, guess what? If Jamie keeps riding that longboard, he could definitely surf for a long time and catch a lot of waves out there for sure.
Oh, Makua, it's like taking candy from the kids out there on that board.
I know, that's why I said you got it.
Look at this wave coming through.
Thank you.
Wow. Got to get moving. That's
Here
the
we
wave
go.
we're talking about.
Oh my God. That was the wave.
That was it. She heard us, though. Yeah, she picked up on the vibe and sent it on that right. Yeah, cool to see her just
broke
give
her
it
board,
a dig.
too. Look, her board smoked.
Ah.
It's going to come up with 2 pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Get
wow.
that.
But, like, Pipeline, it's a love-hate relationship, right? Sometimes you paddle out there and you can't get a wave, and sometimes you go like that for a week, and then the next week you get one really good one, and you're like, oh, that was the one. Like, like it's just weird, right?
So all those clips we see aren't every single session that you get?
Well, some of them
There we go. Talk about clips.
Wow.
Pulling in steep and deep.
Nice.
Sierra Kerr on this one. Let's see what she's got for us at the end.
Wow.
She's going to go for an error.
Oh, she's going to go get another barrel.
Yeah.
They're loving
I
it
go
out
back
there.
to Carlsbad and do an error.
That was one of the better ones of the morning, I would say. That's going to put her within striking range, if not crack that top 4. So, yeah, I'm sure her dad, Josh Kerr, you know, is really psyched right now on that one. He's on the beach probably whistling, screaming.
That was a beautiful wave. That was good wave selection right there.
Yeah,
It
run it
was.
well.
Yeah, good line right
Man,
there.
that wave she took off on yesterday, that drop she had, I was like, whoa. And then to eat it where she did right there, I was like, ooh, that's going to hurt. And popped up and wanted another one.
Nobody wants to wipe out right there, Makua.
No, I've done it one too many times.
Too, brother. You know, so you're asking me about like the wave quality the last few days. I mean, maybe I don't think I would be out there today. I maybe would have surfed yesterday, and the day before definitely not. So that just kind of goes to put it like on like where I hold the value of the waves in the last few days. Wow, look at
Look
her
at
go.
this girl. Look at how she pumps in the. Oh, she should have just kept going.
She got psyched to try the doggy door that
Oh,
way.
she had that one.
She wanted the doggy door cash prize. That's what she wanted.
She's looking to replace a 10.5.
You don't see too many girls pump their board in the barrel like this girl pumps her board in the barrel.
No.
She has a different way of riding the barrel than most other girls.
Yeah, exactly. I think
Women, I should say. Excuse me.
women. I mean, Pua's wave was incredible. She took off in the right spot. She just hit a little weird bobble, and it got weird. And then Sierra followed up on the next wave, and the next wave was, you know, absolutely beautiful.
We've been talking a lot about just sort of whenever you see one good wave at Piper Backdoor, it kind of seems like it's followed by a few. Is there any sort of trends you look for out there?
Yeah, so when the waves are good at Pipeline, and let me explain something about today. The conditions are as good as it gets. It's just the swell direction and size is not quite there. But if we had these conditions with yesterday's surf, it would have been pretty all-time. So it takes, you know, two things to make it so much better. Look at these waves coming in right here, you guys.
And then you add some sun to it, and it's a whole other game.
Let's go.
This looks beautiful.
Oh,
Get in the barrel.
All right,
Let's
Moana.
go.
Grab and
Let's go.
rail. Yes.
Keep going.
Yes.
Oh.
That was probably a beautiful view for her. Well, another broken board.
See? Oh, it's not a bad idea to wear a helmet on a day like today.
I told you,
promise brother.
this is
It
the one. This is the
shallow.
one where everybody hits the reef. They think, oh, it's a smaller day. I just paddle out, leave my helmet on the beach, and next thing you know, you know.
Well, yeah, if it's there's one thing about Pipe and Backdoor is it's not a forgiving wave.
No.
And she went right into the lip on that
Yeah.
one too.
You
That
know,
was
that
pretty
lip went
nuts.
right into the reef.
Speaking about equipment, Jamie, you know, and helmets, you know, I also see that on your wetsuits. You know, you ride for Buell, and they've done that, you know, sort of flotation. They've put in flotation in your wetsuits. How's that to surf in, and how does that affect you just confidence-wise, like knowing that you would pop up if anything happened?
I think that was kind of like my first like move to safety after I was like I was so fearless for so many years. I was like, bro, I'm untouchable. but then, you know, in saying that, I broke both my legs. I got knocked out multiple times, and you know, like, you know, just every winter you're taking a major beating. And I was like, well, if I wear the float suit and I build something like this that I'm comfortable wearing, I'm happy maybe not wearing a helmet, so I could like say, okay, if I hit my head on the reef, at least I'm gonna float, because there's half the problem is grabbing the person when they're full of water doesn't help. And you know, if I give myself like a chance to float up, then I know I'm giving myself my best chance, and my friends and my people to come help me.
Oh, best
And
chance at survival out here is one of the deadliest waves in the world. And that being said, you and I have both pulled people out of the water here, and we know how dangerous this wave is.
Black and blue.
Like you said, all the
Scariest
injuries
thing.
that everybody sustains. It's definitely something to be recognized. The safety aspect and the safety equipment that has evolved over the years, especially being used out here at Pipeline.
And last year I took this wipeout in October, and it wasn't the biggest wave. It was it went wide, and it was like a 6 foot wave. I hit the turbulence. It shot me up in the lip, shot me head first into the reef, hit the little bit of sand, and then hit the reef. Scorpion, back locked up, cramp, knocked the wind out of me. I couldn't breathe. I was in the channel going, And I was going, well, I was in the channel, I was like going under waves and like the vortex between gums and pipe. And I'm like, this is why I have the float suit right now. This is why I have the float suit. Finally, I stretch out of it, and it takes me a while, and I'm like, whoa, I think my back might be messed up. Got to the beach. After like a 15-minute swimming, I ended up down by Elkai Beach Park Lifeguard Tower, and I was like, whoa. And I stretched my back, and my back's still been kind of sore. It's getting better, but it's over a year.
Wow.
And that's why I kind of was like, you know what, maybe I'll just wear a helmet when I'm riding the soft top, because I know I'm taking a risk on the soft top, and some which way or form it might not look like it, but I'm not riding like my Blade Tokoro. Like, I'm not riding that board that like that I know that I have like, you know, 25 years of trust in. Like, I'm riding, you know, a soft top. So I'm like, I'll just be a little safer, right? Soft board, soft whatever. Like
hard reef, soft board, soft top, hard reef.
Thing works crap, but just kind of, I don't know. And then it felt somewhat comfortable. So
Maybe you could make us a pad that goes over the reef one day.
Yeah.
We take it off when we're done.
I always thought it would be crazy to film. Like, I mean, it's gonna suck, but like, imagine if someone got to see what was happening underwater, Makua.
While you're getting smashed on the reef?
Jesus, it is gnarly down there.
Oh, yes, it is. And talk about gnarly. Look at this strategy have by the Kerr family up on the deck. Looking like the old Michael Ho, Derek Ho, and Liam strategy going on over there. But
wow.
Oh, this girl's coming out. Oh, the commentators curse. Why did I say that? I just love the way she rides the barrel.
I'm very impressed right here.
I was tripping. I mean, this girl is...
All the boys better watch out.
They better take notes on how to pump in the barrel, because this girl knows how to do it.
Yeah, she's looking solid on her board. Currently in the 4th spot overall on the leaderboard. So here we go, Moana trying to crack that top 4 herself. Unfortunately, getting bucked off right there.
I know Moana could do it. Like, I've seen her in beautiful backdoor barrels. Like, she knows how to read them, how to pick them. I think with 7 minutes left, she's still got a really good chance.
Yeah. So what's the most impressive thing you've seen about Moana over the last few years and her rise to the top at a wave like Pipeline?
She's dedicated. There's never been a female surfer at Pipeline as dedicated as Moana Jones. And I think that's where it all starts. You learn your lineup, you learn your friends, you learn your place, and you fit right in. And everyone respects her. Everyone wants to see her get a good wave, and it's all time spent in water. Everybody asks me, Jamie, how do I get a good wave at Pipe? Like, what's the deal? What's the trip? I'm like, all right, there's 2 things.
No secret.
You could either surf at like 5:30 in the morning and maybe pick off a couple before we all paddle out, or put your time in. Get to know Makua, get to know me, get to know Koa, get to know Nathan and Ivan and you know, all the boys. I can't even list them all. There's so many. But you need to know every face of Pipeline. You know, and the waves, and the people. People are more important.
Yeah, definitely.
Takes years.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely shows everyone who has put in their time out there. I know you've worked with people like Adriano as well and helped him. You know, that year he was going for his title. You know, for someone like him, you know, from Brazil, coming here, putting in his time. You know, that definitely shows, you know, that work ethic and just that dedication you're talking about.
Look at this wave coming in, boys. Yeah, Adriano was super talented, and a lot of surfers are, and given the opportunity to apply the talent to the wave, I think that's... Oh, here she goes again, Makua.
Sierra.
Wow, Steezy.
What? That was cool.
For the girls right there.
Posing.
Yeah, like, come on.
For the women, let's
Dad's
go.
smiling.
You got to be careful right there. You pose too much, you're going to crack that reef. They have no idea how shallow it is, and I think they're finding out fairly quickly how shallow it gets over there.
And you don't want to break your board with 7 minutes to go.
Yeah, so like, exactly.
Smart.
There's 5 minutes, 45 seconds left. Sierra's in 6th place. She needs a 14.4. It's not much.
Not much at all.
Yeah, so 5 would definitely put her in that range. Had this let her travel and come out, that definitely would have been a 5. Yeah, it's kind of seeming like this heat has had some action compared to some of the earlier heats in this round. And hopefully that's a trend that just keeps going.
Wow, the waves are getting good. Look at this double up right here.
I wish I was surfing today.
I know, it has some better shape than it did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's like I've definitely seen the longest barrels.
Here we go. Look at this thing.
Wow.
This is some
This
of
is
my
the one.
favorite right here.
Let's
Drag.
Go, Moana.
Slow down. That's not going to do it.
She had to put her brakes on a little harder right there. But that was well.
What does she need? She's an 8th, so she needs I think she needs a 20.
Bad.
20.5. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's more like a 14.
Yeah.
Maybe 13.
So, yeah, she'll need something substantial there. You know, sort of like a mid-6, I think would do that. You know.
A mid-6, you're going to have to disappear a little while. You're
Yeah.
not just going to have to drag across the face. You're definitely going to have to disappear, get behind the curtain, pump a little bit, and then come out the other side.
She did everything else right after she got out of the barrel. She just needed to like put the brakes on a little harder.
Yeah, if she would have disappeared, that was definitely the score. You know, that was probably a confidence boost either way, and just sort of getting in
There we
that
go.
rhythm with
Split
the ocean.
the peak right
Here we
and
go.
left with Pua Makamai. Oh, into the lip.
Pua must be seeing some lefts that we're not seeing, but I think she should stick to the rights. If she could just get one nice right.
I mean, anybody that's going to surf a heat today should just go right.
Yeah.
That's where you're going to get your score.
I would be going right.
Yeah, wow, Molly.
Oh.
She is looking so. That board looks perfect for the conditions. Her level of comfortability today and in the barrel is very noticeable, which is why she's in the top 4.
You know what I haven't seen a lot is them pull through the back of the wave.
Yes, true.
He's trying to straighten out every time and getting lipped.
Well, like Sierra's one, like she should have pulled through the back,
got
got back out the back.
Exactly.
Because
That's
she
what I was
only
thinking
needs a
too.
small score.
Yes, yes, yes.
And they're like committing these waves all the way to the beach, and they should just be trying to get back out there. Maybe they're trying to find the air section with Will.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they need some coaching from Mr. James O'Brien on
Mr.
how to pull through the
Makulakai.
back and get back out there.
Yeah. So, what's your take on the criteria and just the style of this event, Jamie?
I think it's a great event. You know, it basically kind of grabbed the backdoor shootout format, applied it over here, and it's a little different. I think they're both really great formats. I kind of like this one maybe more because it goes into a final, where you got your final 4, all the scores are reset, and you go to battle.
I really like that too.
Yeah, it's cool.
I like that a lot.
But I think that's a cool thing about this contest, and with the backdoor shootout, we could apply the similar thing if we want, because it's our contest. It's the people's contest.
That's right.
Yeah.
But what's cool about this is VANS is putting on a great event, and they've given a lot of opportunity to a lot of local people to be and compete
Yes,
in the event.
half the field Hawaii surfers.
Exactly, and this is the most important thing to our community, our people, and we're grateful for VANS, being here, and I'm psyched to see all my friends compete.
Yeah.
I told Vans they got to bring back the regular Triple Crown. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be sick.
Should have 2.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think that's kind of like a common theme I'm hearing is that, I think everyone does miss those live events, as you're seeing here at the VANS Pipe Masters. It just has that energy to it and that vibe that, you can just kind of cling to, come down to the beach, hang out, have a good time. So hopefully, who knows, maybe in the future it'll be double whammy. Have the live events, have the Triple Crown, and then also do the digital, because that's a rad way. Now that's how you're going to be able to qualify for events like this, is doing the digital Triple Crown.
Are you doing the digital Triple Crown at all?
No way. But John's gonna win every year.
He's not doing it this year.
What is your least favorite wave to surf on the North Shore?
Sunset.
I knew it. I just had to have you say it
Take out the foamy.
Oh!
Oh,
Wow,
Oh,
she's
no.
making it. She's making it.
Get
She's
out of
making it,
here.
guaranteed.
that
But
was
it's not
insane.
gonna count.
But it's not going to count.
She liked it.
That was amazing.
I liked it.
Oh, that's rough.
Those are the ones I was telling you guys
That's
about.
the one.
Oh, I think she just realized she burned someone. Oh, that's so painful. That's so sick for her. I think either way, whatever, when this contest is all said and done, she's going to look back and be like, well, I got a sick one.
She's gonna edit that and she's gonna make a clip out of it for sure.
Oh, no. Yeah, she burned Pua. Yeah, damn. That was a really good wave.
Wow.
Yeah, she was psyched.
Forced to be reckoned with right there.
Yeah, I mean, Pua was in a great spot as well. She could have, that could have been Pua's score also, so.
I mean, that was Pua's wave for
Unfortunately,
sure,
yeah.
but this girl right here has been watching Molly Picklum pump her board in the barrel all heat long. She's like, I'm going to try that.
Yeah.
She came flying out of that barrel, but...
She's stoked. I mean, that's sick.
I don't think that wave is going to count. She's just realizing that she burned Pua Makamaidi.
Oh, no.
And there is a face.
She's
It's almost
so
like
bummed.
It's almost like France in the World Cup just now, but
Scared.
Oh,
She's bummed.
yeah.
Almost.
You could tell.
doesn't count.
That would have been the score, 100%.
Poor girl.
Yeah, she needed I think she needed a 20. Is that what we said?
I'll tell you
no,
what.
she needed a 14.4. That would have been the best score of
Well,
the day.
I'll tell you what,
for
that
sure.
board she's riding, that JS right there is a magic carpet. So, see
Yeah.
how good that thing works in the barrel.
Great.
Hell yeah.
Oh, she should take her leash off so she trips on it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate,
Oh.
but still, I mean, she got the vision. She did it. She knows she can do it. That's going to give her confidence, moving forward, just as a competitor and
Regardless,
herself as
she's
a
such a
master.
great young woman. She's surfing. Her surfing is only getting better every year. She has nothing to worry about. I'm sure she'll be winning one of these Pipe Masters one day. Here's a replay. Once again, Sierra Kerr dropping in on Pua Makamaidi Soto. Unfortunately, coming out of one of the most beautiful waves of the day. It is an interference. And guess what? We have two people interfering with our broadcast right now. Salama Masakela, Dr. Cliff Kopono, Makua Kai Rothman, Dylan Graves, and J.O.B. Jamie O'Brien.
Jamie,
We're signing
thanks.
out. We'll see you guys
Thanks
later.
for joining
Aloha.
us. Yeah, that's sick. The king transitions. Kai Rothman. In and out of the water, this guy. Whether it's a transition on a wave face or in the booth, this guy's... but yeah, we're going to hand it over to these guys.
Wow. Unpopular opinion, that wasn't an interference. Wow. Obviously, on paper, that's an interference. For sure. But there's no way that Moana Jones-Wong was going to make that wave.
Yeah. I just came in and seeing the action.
That's that letter and the spirit of the law thing. But Sierra Kerr, how was that wave? Yep. Sheesh. Yeah, if she doesn't get that interference, she for sure bolts up. But that's the barrel of the contest so far. On the women's side, she was in that thing forever.
I just kind of came in with the replay because I was behind the booth.
I don't think she burned her intentionally. Here it is. Yeah, she was just charging. Look at this travel time. I mean, 15 years old. Look at the second section. You know, we saw the history that Sierra Kerr made with that incredible air. I love this. That's what you're looking for right there.
Bummed, but like, shucks. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I said Moana. That was Pua.
Yeah, Pua.
Why do I keep
Pua
doing
Makamaidi.
that? That was Pua.
Next up, Coco, Luana, Sophie, and Vahine.
Love that camaraderie though, where Pua says, "I know you weren't trying to snake me." On that wave. Wow.
I don't know. I mean, that was a nuts one. Comparing that to Carissa's, I'm leaning towards Carissa.
Yeah, for sure. But I said longest barrel though.
Yeah, for sure, longest, and that's the control in the barrel of being able to navigate the sections.
Yeah.
I think that's what you need.
We have one more heat until we get into the men's finals, and it is going to be fun. Coco Ho, Luana Silva from Hawaii as well, Vahina Fierro, and Sophie Bell. It was really, really nice. I was listening to the broadcast on a TV inside the production house on that last heat with Jamie giving such cool perspective about lineups pecking order out here, positioning, and he was talking about how these are the conditions you dream of if we had a little bit of west in this swell. Yesterday's swell with today's conditions, it would just be fireworks all over the place here. But great opportunities being had, and you know that here in Heat 5, it's attainable. Any one of these 4 women could make a case for themselves. Molly Picklum is going to be inside watching, knowing that someone might come for her spot.
Vahine, runs too much for her. Yeah, Vahine, I mean, people have been really celebrating her surfing down in Tahiti. So she definitely can get barreled. And she's high on the rankings for the Challenger series as well. So she's a competitive person too. Right?
You see Sophie Bell looking for 22.3. Coco Ho needs 27. Luana right about 28.8. All attainable, especially with the waves that we've seen coming in back and forth in these last couple of heats.
Yeah, Sophie, she was talking in before her heat, should I ride a 510 or should I ride a 6.0? And I think she opted for the 510 thruster.
All right, a little bit of a break in action. We'll take some time to say hello to our sponsors and come back here in Heat 5 here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
So much history and tradition at this event. The Pipe Masters now under the sponsorship of the great VANS company and the VANS Pipe Masters here in 2022. This event been going since 1971. Started out with just 6 competitors. I believe Bo Hodge stated that it was a $1,000 total prize purse.
Actually, someone kicked in $45. I think it was Fred Hemmings because it had a 1,000 scratch off that said 1,045. It's an inside joke with the guys in the early years and Jerry Lopez.
Welcome back, Heat 5, round 2 here at the VANS Pipe Masters, and we welcome in to the booth someone who's just intent on packing big barrels this morning. Zoe McDougall, welcome. Thanks for stopping by and joining us. How are you?
Thanks for having me. I'm feeling good.
When I heard you come out of the water, coming up the stairs, the first thing you said was, I wish I would have made that second one.
Yeah, I definitely wish I could have found the exit on that second one. I feel like sometimes in the moment I just forget about that one big extra pump, and I think Carissa's a prime example of that. She has that big pump down that you really see a lot of the guys out here master, but sometimes when you're in the moment and you just get kind of hypnotized by the view, I think that one more pump, maybe I could have busted through it, but some people said no, I don't know, maybe they're trying to make me feel better, I don't know.
What are the conditions like out there right now? It seems like everyone's looking backdoor, but are there some pipe waves?
I mean, I don't know, I was only looking backdoor. It's beautiful. Today's definitely a day when I would come down and be like, okay, today's a day I want to surf backdoor. Yesterday, maybe not so much, but I'm glad it got me out there.
Yeah, what was that difference like between the wildness of yesterday and today?
Yeah, it's like such a different pipeline today from yesterday. Today's so much more groomed and perfect, whereas yesterday was really, really wild and really powerful. And I was scared, and I've grown up here my whole life. I don't know if that makes it scarier, knowing how scary it is. I saw some girls from other places, and I was like, wow, I wish I kind of didn't know everything I know about this wave.
We said that yesterday. We said yesterday how it might be an advantage for some, knowing less actually might be an advantage relative to how critical it was out there yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes ignorance is bliss.
What's the vibe out there with other competitors? It seemed yesterday everyone's pushing each other on. does it seem like today is more of a contest vibe? People putting themselves into different positions and looking at other people's waves?
I think yesterday was a learning experience for a lot of us, and today was more like the last chance to really solidify your position. So I think it definitely got a bit more intense in the water. You saw situations like Sierra and Pua, and just like really trying to have that last-ditch effort to get into the final.
Yeah, and it's where you see the no priority get very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Like, especially in that last part, like you said, between Sierra and Pua. No one, she wasn't intentionally trying to burn her, but trying to make the best of the opportunity, and obviously an incredible barrel.
What were you riding out there in your heat?
Today I rode a smaller board. I rode a 6.2. I rode a 6.6 yesterday, and it just felt too big. I never ridden a board that big out there, and it just felt kind of boaty, and felt nicer to be on a little bit less foam to get under it, a little more maneuverable.
Do you discuss with other competitors what your board selection is, and do you feel that the board really can impact your heat performance out here?
Absolutely. Me and Coco were texting all morning. She's like my big sister. And we were just like talking about what we were going to ride. I think she was deciding between a 6.3 and a 6.1, and I was deciding between a 6.2 and either a 6.4 or 6.0. So I chose the 6.2 because I just felt like I did still want some length. There was bigger sets this morning. It's kind of dying down now. But you still want the paddle power, but just being able to feel comfortable and get under the lip.
What does that feel like for you when you have a little bit more rail, but then you get to the bottom of these backdoor waves and it goes so flat and square? Does that length affect you? Do you feel like it doesn't give you as much control in the barrel, or are you okay with a little bit more rail?
I think growing up in Hawaii, we get used to riding longer boards when we grow up, like compared to other places in the world. But yesterday I definitely felt a little bit like that was a lot of board.
As we see some activity in the lineup, so a set approaching.
How do these look out there? Are you kind of like, could you share with us how this looks like when you see a wave that maybe do you think that looks just real small out there, like you wouldn't even go for it, or?
Well, there's definitely, even some of these smaller ones that shift under and over can be really nice double ups, and like they can provide a good score if you get one of those thick little double ups and get a long barrel. It can be as good as the sets today, because some of the sets are almost like TPing and not exactly super hollow, just because of the size, I think, or how much water, I don't know. But
And we saw yesterday Ivan Florence in his heat. Remember, he was just sitting a little bit inside out of the fracas and getting some of those ones that crept underneath, and then they would double up and provide an opportunity. And
look at the sportsmanship. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's
you think about a moment like that for Sierra, and then realizing what takes place, and clearly a lot of emotion between them. And I think Mahina is actually is with Sierra and Pua.
Emotions going on right now. How are you feeling? Give us the breakdown on it. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit bummed, because I honestly had no idea. Like, I saw Pua looking left, and then I was like, oh yeah, I felt like I was going to get closeout, so I was just honestly expected her to go left, if anything, because it kind of did look like a fun left. But yeah, I didn't even know. If I knew there was no chance I was getting the wave. But yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm just so thankful to be able to get out there with only 3 other people out. Like, I've never gotten waves like that, and like, yeah, I'm just so happy. I'm so happy about the waves I did get and the opportunity. Definitely a bit sad, but
I know. And that's the learning curve, right? That's the learning curve. We did see that we saw some good sportsmanship. So what did Pua and you share as far as like words go?
Yeah, I came up to Pua because right after I learned that, I was going to go say I'm sorry. Like, I didn't know how far off behind she was, so I went to go say I'm sorry, and she basically said she was sorry too. Like, she wanted me to make the heat, and she was like, if I could call it, I would say don't put in interference. But yeah, like she's a good friend of mine, and yeah.
Well, besides this incident, we're not going to discredit. That was an incredible wave. You also had another backdoor wave before that. The day yesterday, you said, you're still kind of trying to learn it out there, and you just seem so much more comfortable. We're going to ignore what just happened. Overall, how was it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've ever gotten waves like that. Even like my first one was probably one of the best barrels I've gone out here with. So I'm really happy about my waves, the way I surf them and stuff. Like even my closeout was so fun, just standing in there. Yeah, it was a sick heat, and it was fun to be with my friends and enjoy it with my friends. And I'm so thankful for the opportunity, honestly.
Perfect. Well, we love you so much, and we were so excited to still see you complete that wave. It was amazing.
Thank you.
We'll get them again next time. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Mahina. Love the compassion with which Mahina handled that conversation with Sierra, and you can see like that depth of passion and love for this thing that Sierra has. Her seeing that when she found out what happened, she was heartbroken because that was not her intention. And this is what happens it happens even when there is priority, but in a non-priority situation, obviously things can go in many directions. What's it like for you as a fellow competitor to see what she's going through?
Yeah, I mean, I really feel for her. That's such a roller coaster of emotions. Like, she thought, I mean, this was the score by all means. Like, she was going into the final. That was an amazing wave. That would have put her solidly into the final, I think. And just from going to, like, the elation of making that, and you can just see, like, she's like, I'm in the final. And then...
Yeah, the high.
From the high to the lowest low, like, I think she's handling it really well, really mature for her age. And then just seeing how they're both taking it. Such a difficult situation and handling it with
I love that
most
Pua
grace.
said to her, hey, if it was up to me and I could go tell the judges not to give you an interference, that's what I would do.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pua probably knows she was not making it into that win and, like, a little bit too deep. So it's all about positioning. Like, Sierra was perfectly positioned for that wave, and that's where the priority can help and hinder, like, everything.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of just a bit emotional watching it.
Oh, how could you not be?
Seeing that young woman, putting that emotion out, and Sierra Kerr is going to have a long career, and she's going to be at that level where the industry makes you put your emotions to the side and makes you become that professional and don't show your emotions or say the script. And that was completely unscripted, and I think we need that in surfing. We need to see the tears, and we need to feel the broken voice and just the emotion between competitors outside of the drama. That's just surfing, and it's a bummer that it's at the expense of Sierra not making it, but I think it's a good thing for all of us to see.
I agree wholeheartedly. As you see Abhina going down, I mean, what I love about this event, and I've heard it from so many competitors, is, and you heard Sierra say, hey, I never would have had an opportunity to get the waves that I've gotten over the last few days with no one out and be able to take that experience and move it forward with me. And I think that's what's been really special, especially to watch so much progression, especially on the women's side, in just 2 rounds of competition.
Absolutely. I think, for me personally, I think the moments of growth, most importantly for my pipeline career, have come in heats. Like, a couple of years ago, I was gifted an invitation to a different Pipe Masters. They had an invitational heat for the girls, and it was myself, Coco, Carissa, and Alessa Quizon. And they actually let us bring caddies out with us because it was big. It was like...
I remember that year.
Yeah, and it was just like, it was amazing to be out there with just our trusted, like, coaches and helpers. Like, Coco brought out Uncle Mike. I myself brought out Jay Davies on the Ruka team back when I was on Ruka. And Carissa had Poncho and Alessa had Kaio. And everybody's caddy was helping each other. Like, we were all just like one team, really just learning our lineups because we hadn't been out there when it was that big. And I still look back to the information that I learned from Uncle Mike and everyone in that heat every time I surf out. So I think that even, like, this is such an amazing opportunity for girls from overseas who come out and they don't necessarily have the rank and the lineup or anything, just to be able to sit out there without the crowd hindering and getting to learn about the wave.
How does this feel when you're out here and the ocean is just not providing?
It's a bit nerve-wracking for sure. I know Coco really wants to get some solid scores, and I would love to see her perform because in my eyes she is one of the best out here, and I think that she just hasn't gotten the opportunity yet to perform in this event. But if you see her clips, she's like got backdoor pretty wired, and she's who I look up to probably most out here and who I paddle out with on most days. So I would love to see Coco lock into a good one because this is a very like ideal size that we love to surf, and I think that with her recent results in competition, I'd love to see her shine in this heat.
Could you walk us through?
Oh,
Wow,
Luana Silva! Smash!
That was really nice.
Can you walk us through this wave and what you see, and you know, as a woman, how do you see this situation unfolding on the replay here?
This turn was nuts.
Yeah, here you just see a really nice clean wall. Lulu has such a nice style, and her foot placement,
Wow.
just unloading, that was sick.
How was that setup?
Yeah, that was nice.
Watch this. Watch the load up right here.
She just eyes it off and say, all right, I'm just gonna do one big turn.
How hard is it to be able to slide that tail off of the coping on a wave like that at backdoor? What is that like? And it's shallow, right, out there?
Yeah.
So are you thinking about that? And you know, could you?
For sure, that end section at backdoor can get really shallow, and this time of year with the sand changing and everything, you never really know how deep it is or how much reef is exposed. But when you do get an open face out here, it's perfect. Like as you can see on that one, it's such a high performance wave. It could be lowers on a reef or something, you know. Like.
And
So
are you finding the reef? Are you finding the boils? And are you starting to see all these little things now with no one else in the lineup? Is this helping you in your own surfing out there?
Oh, definitely, yeah. There's so many different little things to look for, and just knowing how the water moves and indicators of different swell directions.
Well, someone who we saw unafraid to charge yesterday in her first real experiences at Pipeline was South Africa's Sophie Bell. Let's learn a little bit more about her. Here's Sophie Bell.
Oh, Dad, please can we take one home? I first surfed Pipeline when I've never surfed Pipeline. I was like, holy shit, like me? Yeah, why not? Like after posting a couple barrels from Nias, I think they saw that maybe I can handle big stuff, even though I wasn't even on the big waves. But I don't know what to expect, because I mean, I hear like a million people trying to tell me things every day about what it's going to be like, but I feel like till I'm there, I'm not going to know. Whoa, that was a huge whale. So my biggest fear about surfing Pipeline is probably going over the falls, because I tend to do that a lot. And the reef seems so gnarly there, but I've been gymming, so I'm going to paddle harder.
Sophie, legend.
She's great.
Is this her up and riding?
Oh, how's
There
that?
she is.
Cute. I love the production cued her to go right after running her package.
Yeah, she's riding a 510. Looks like thruster, thumbtail.
It was so cool yesterday to see, you know, early morning, Sophie try to paddle out, get beached, come in kind of smiling, being like, okay, I'm glad I got to experience what that's like, and then went out in her heats and just threw herself over the ledge of anything she could find.
Yeah, getting. At what point do you see it like it's time to do some turns? There's no barrels. Is there a moment in the heat that you feel that women go through, or yourself go through that?
I mean, it all depends what you're looking for out here. I think there is a point, but with this format, I think turns aren't exactly going to get you into that top four. I mean, if you want to just catch waves out there and learn about the break, but I don't know if we'll see Coco resorting to turns anytime soon. I think she knows what she needs. But Sophie's got such a nice style on that left. I met Sophie in South Africa maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and she was just the most welcoming, happy face every year that I went there. And we've become really good friends, so it's really cool to see her charging out here and finally come visit me on the North Shore.
Cool.
Well, we have 6 minutes to go here. Again, after this Heat 5, we're going immediately into the men's final. Highly anticipated men's final.
Kaulana Apo Hawaiian.
The story.
Upset. The biggest upset of the last 2 days.
It's so amazing to see Kaulana in the final. It's really special.
Zoe, thank you for stopping by.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks
hanging
so
out
much.
with us. We're going to take a quick break and finish these last 5 minutes here in Heat 5 before heading into the men's final.
And we've got 4 surfers in our men's final. 1 surfer from New York, 1 surfer from California, 1 from Brazil. And how many of you guys want to see our Hawaiian hometown hero win this event? Give it up for Kaulana Apo. And we got a backdoor wave out the back. No completion, however. There goes Kaulana. Give him a round of applause. Cheer him on as he was the dramatic last-minute entry into this final with heroic rides yesterday at Pipeline. 2 massive barrels that got him from number 38 to number 1. But all those scores are going to be wiped off the table. The slate is cleared. A proper 4-surfer final about to hit the water for the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters.
Time check, surfers. 4 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 4:20 remaining. Still no change in the situation.
Welcome back. We are live from Pipeline here on finals day of the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. We are in Heat 5 here in round 2 of the women, as we will be deciding the women's final. When we're done here in less than 4 minutes, Doctor, we'll know who's going. Currently, it would be Carissa Moore, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, and Molly Picklum.
So to make this more apparent, these 4 women in this heat have the only chance left in the contest to kick out the current top 4, Carissa Moore, Betty Lou, Katie Simmers, and Molly Picklum.
Yeah, and you're looking on screen at the woman who, from a score perspective, has the best chances right now, Luana Silva, looking for 19.8.
And it can happen. This is what happened yesterday.
Yeah, that's
the last heat.
That'd be, 3 7s, 2 6s, and a 7+ for Luana. The judge is rewarding her for that turn.
Yeah, it's now if just the ocean wants to provide that last bit of drama.
Conditions absolutely perfect. So we are just missing some of that juice that we had yesterday when it was just non-stop, relentless swell to the point where we had rivers running through the lineup.
Yeah.
Surfers battling currents, going in various directions.
Well, this is it. This is how it is on the North Shore. It can go 2 to 20 and back down to 2 in a day.
You don't surf a lot of heats, Cliff, but when you do and you find yourself in the situation where you know what you have to give and the ocean ain't giving you some opportunity to give and time's just winding down.
I mean, the last heat I was in, I was getting pounded down in Chile. I was hoping that heat would end. Man, it was like, I mean, Ramon Navarro took the win on that Punta de Lobos Big Wave Invitational. Oh, here we go.
Opportunity.
Vahine.
Oh, backdoor.
Tahiti.
Oh,
fall at the very end. And this is the drama. Coco looking back like, what was that? What happened?
She said, why wasn't that me? But how about Vahine? Love the technique.
Yeah. Let's see that on the replay if there's a bit more. That late drop. Just holding the rail line and like dragging back leg. What? Oh, riding foam ball? Wow.
She was in there for a while.
If these waves
Such
just...
great technique.
Coco, double arm, stop. Kind of a head dip. Finish it out, girl, if you can. Kicking out. Yeah.
That thing was not cooperative. I think Coco wanted that last wave.
Yeah.
Coco on her forehand on that Bahini wave.
Yeah, it's tough. The waves are, you know, they're not perfect. They're perfect conditions, but the size, if it's just was a little bit bigger, I think it could open up for them a little bit more. 30 seconds left. Will we see a miracle, or are we just going straight into women's final with the current leaderboard?
I think it is going to be what it's going to be. At least we see Coco coming in, and you know she's going to be disappointed. She definitely wanted the opportunity to perform here at home, make her way into that final. Just didn't get the opportunities.
I think we'll see a lot more Coco in the near future, getting some big bombs out here.
For sure. And that is going to do it. You see there, our current final will be Carissa Moore, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, as Luana Silva gets one here at the bell. Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum. That is our final as we immediately transition into the men's final.
This is going to be critical. Good job to all the women's out there in this preliminary rounds.
And to all the women getting us to this point, to this final, was historic. I mean, right off the bat.
Zhao
Chianca. So in this final, we have Kaulana Apo, Griffin Colapinto, Balaram Stack, and Joao Chianca.
Starting now, look, the watch has just clicked. Griff is on competition mode. Watch has started.
We're going to bring in Dylan Graves is going to come in and join us, I believe. Makua come in for the final as well.
A Pipeline Masters. One of these four are going to be the 2022 Pipeline Masters.
And you got to say that the dark horse in this heat is the man who was least expected to be in this final, Kaulana Apo.
Yeah.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, I feel like there was so much that I learned yesterday about him. You know, thanks to his performance, and then also the background from provided by Makua and Cliff. Such a rad story. You know, so inspiring for him to be there. But here we go, boys. Final of the VANS Pipe Master. Kaulana Apo, Griffin Colapinto, Balaram Stack, and Zhao Chianca.
Yep.
Eva Beach, San Clemente, Saquarema, and Long Island. That's a final.
Island.
And Long Island.
Wow, this is exciting.
I heard lots of people talking story about Kaulana as a young kid on the Hurley program, and that he showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, big time. I think he was on Quicksilver at first, surfing a lot of West Side, Keowalo down in town, and not really known to be a North Shore standout. But in the true vein of Seth Moniz, Josh Moniz, Ezekiel Lau, Noah Mizuno, these boys from the Summer Street in town, they're coming up, and they got hunger for the pipeline and the back door. So
it's sick too. I backed that they got their Summer Street Studios thing. It's so rad to see them jam on stuff, put out content, like riff off of each other. The piece they did on Kaulana Apo was really cool. We were watching that a few days ago. I think you showed me that, and I was like, damn, I just met Kaulana at one of the VANS barbecues. He was super cool. He was there at the heat draw, which was exciting. It was definitely an interesting way to pick the heats, and interesting to see different guys like put their names again, in certain heats, and come up with different strategies to with where they wanted to be in the draw, with who. I don't know. This event has definitely given us a lot to talk about.
And it all has us in this moment here in our 45-minute final. Big reset. It's a whole new event in this final.
And
2 waves, $100,000
in 1 hour.
Looks like the winds are kind of changing a bit too. They're swirling with the rain. Griff, he's just, you know, looking at the conditions. He's doing the math in his head. He's trying to calculate this thing. He's a competitive beast. He's not playing around.
There's been a lot of math. I've definitely gotten some additions wrong as I've been commentating this event.
You're not doing it right if you're not getting some additions wrong, Dylan. Trust me.
Hey, you know, spent a lot of time in the water. Maybe a little too much time.
All right, so predictions, given the conditions, given the waves that we've seen on offer, which has, for the most part, been backdoor, how do you see this playing out, guys, given the strengths of the field?
I mean, you got to say that the regular footers sort of have an advantage. You know, you can kind of see down the line a little easier, negotiate with your body position a little easier. You know, that being said, you got freaks like Balaram Stack who, you know, knows his way around this wave, both frontside and backside. He's got the air game, and then you got Kaulana Apo as well, you know, as we saw yesterday, just throw down. So it's cool that there's a blank slate. All these guys can get out there.
Joao Chianca could get weird out
just
here.
Tap in.
Yeah, really weird in these conditions. And of course, like you said before, the X factor would be, you know, World Tour, like competitive, just super machine in Griffin Colapinto.
But who surfs pipe like this? Do any of these 4 even paddle out?
So we had Jamie O'Brien in the booth, and he was saying out of all the days, he would have most definitely paddled out on this day, just because he was saying that there's some of the longer barrels on offer, and that's pretty unique on a day like this. Yes, it's slow, and it would probably be really crowded if there was no comp running, but you know, someone like Jamie would be getting those runners and you know, probably getting some insane clips. So
yeah, Jamie's looking at it as he'll get the wave that he wants. So if he sees a good wave, he's going to paddle out.
Exactly.
There you see the breakdown. Of course, $100,000 first place, $60,000 for second, $35,000 for third, and $15,000 for fourth. Great money across the board.
Okay, so it was my bad. I said it was an hour final. It's only a 45-minute final. And here we go, Joao Chianca starting off his campaign.
Starting off his campaign rather spicy. We've said non-priority, gentlemanly. That was the first shoulder to shoulder that said, hey, I just want you to know that I'm here. I'm here to get the bag. Joao was like, hey, Griffin, I'm here to get the bag.
Yeah.
Throwing bows.
Throwing bows. Right there.
Oh, yeah, this was scrappy. Well, the lineup's a lot closer today as well. You know, it's not as big of a playing field. So that's going to happen. We saw in the last heat of the women's, Sierra Kerr dropping in on Pua. Unfortunately, she had no idea Pua was even there, it looked like, because she thought she got the score, and she would have. You know, I mean, I talked to one of the judges. He said it was a 9.
Kaulana looking backdoor.
Yes, Kaulana, epic one.
Kaulana. Kaulana, yes. Finish it, brother. Finish it. There we go. Smooth.
Man, he's so stylish.
I like that.
Smooth operator.
You saw him. He came out of the barrel. He came out of the barrel and he was kind of feeling himself for just a little long. And that's why I heard you be like, hey, finish it.
Yeah. Don't get up in your feels, brother. These guys is dangerous.
That was epic. He's probably feeling great about that. Just opening wave, little vision, come out, groovy
stall.
turn.
Look at him stall on the back. Hold it. Hold it.
Got bucked around.
That was sick. He kind of almost has like a Kai Barger thing happening.
Yeah. Do you
like
know,
shades of Kai.
You see Uncle Jerry Lopez on the backhand, how he has his 2 hands kind of down to his hips? Look at that.
Dude, are we talking the yin and yang of Jerry Lopez right now?
Let's go.
If we got time,
Let's
first
go.
always, we can get Uncle Jerry Lopez, 1972, 1973 Pipeline Master. Not the current VANS Pipe Masters 2022. but definitely a pipe master nonetheless. And the question is, 1971 when it started, Jeff Hackman.
My first boat trip to Indo, to the Mentawais, was with Jeff Hackman in 2001. And that guy, man, just on a longboard with the biggest smile, paddling into like 10-foot thunders and doing things that I was out there petrified. And he's like, oh no, just follow me, you'll be fine. He's side slipping into these just gorgeous, crazy bombs. He actually really helped and pushed me on that trip. And the whole time I was just like, oh, I'm out here with a super legend.
Did he talk about his 71?
He did. He told stories about 71 in those days and being on the beach with Jerry. As we see, getting a little vision. He talked about those days and what it was like on the North Shore, as only a handful of people were building a relationship with Pipeline.
Yeah, wow.
Getting some scores dropping.
Yeah, I think Cliff has a little insight as well on that year, 71. Oh, so we got a 14.0 came in for Kaulana's opening ride.
On the board.
That's insane. I mean,
that's a big score for a day like today.
Definitely, and just with the slate being wiped clean, and whatever's going to happen in this final is going to be what is decided. I could see that staying in his top two. I think he's definitely going to want something to a lot more significant than that, but that's going to help and make it a lot harder for all the competitors to reach him. So
totally, but any of these four within the last 10 to 1 second maybe can flip it all around. So it's definitely must be eerie knowing that Lana is not in the clear. He's probably thinking, okay, this is just we're doing work. We're not even close to being in the clear.
And again, can't stress it enough. Ain't no priority in this place, and this will be interesting to see how that plays out, because if you're in position towards that back half of the heat, you have to worry about someone coming across and being like, you don't get to go. It's my turn.
And that's when I'm sure he is thinking in his mind, I'm going to need some help. And who is he calling on in these waters, being connected 90 generations to this space? I know he's probably talking to someone right now. And, whether it's friends here or gone, whether it's the ocean, our ancestors, Kaulana's making some phone of friends.
Yeah. On Surfline yesterday,
so cool.
they posted Kaulana Hapo's waves and talked about obviously how storied his performance was to come in the last heat and make his way into the final and being indigenous Hawaiian to do so. And he had a quote, to the effect, he said, a person like me who comes from where I'm from, I'm not supposed to be in this position. And you could just, that quote resonated with such strength of his appreciation and what this means for him. Put some context into that.
Like, I don't want to put a downer on the situation, but if we look at the statistics, the Native Hawaiian represents the minority of population in Hawaii. The Native Hawaiian also represents the most at risk for incarceration. We are the most incarcerated, the most at risk to disease, the least educated. We are number one on the list that no one wants to be a part of. We have the lowest health or life expectancies in the U.S., while someone who lives in Hawaii has one of the highest. So we are on the opposite spectrum of what currently exists across the other United States. And Kaulana Apo, who is Hawaiian true and true, is just a part of this community. And that's what's so special about when he arrives at the table of an accolade like a VANS Pipe Masters. It's not even about the $100,000 anymore. There are so many people that he's bringing along, whether they're Native Hawaiian or not. There's so many people that are backing Kaulana right now because he's representing something about adversity and just good things can happen to good people. I think that's what people want to believe.
Yeah, and he finds himself in the conversation amongst these legendary names. John Florence, Italo, Gabby, Kelly Slater 6 times, Andy Irons 4 times, Taj, Joel, Jamie O'Brien. We talked about going down the list. Simon Anderson, Michael Ho, Tom Carroll, Derek Ho, Sean Thompson, the Johnny Boy Gomes, Uncle Dane, Michael Ho. I mean, this list, and we've been talking about it for the entirety of the event. This list, to be on this list for many people is more valuable than to say that you were able to acquire a world championship, to say that you are a pipe master.
Or even the prize purse, for that matter.
Totally. If you don't care about anything, you just care about the cash, you can get that.
Yeah, no one talks about how
$100,000.
much money you made on the back end. Whether or not you were a pipe master or not is what counts.
I mean, it's a really nice cherry on top to get $100,000. You know, on top of making that list, on top of what it means to each one of these surfers. It's such a prestigious win. You know, like, I think one of the most iconic, if not the most iconic, in our sport.
Yeah, it gets tricky.
We got Griff up and riding with an insane off the lip right there,
treating this thing like lowers.
Jeez Louise. All right, so Ramp, we know what this guy's capable of. You know, world tour surfer, definitely. You know, has that world champion look to him. You know, I think having him in a heat like this, and if you're able to take someone like that down, I mean, that's how I would be looking at it. If, you know, I've never qualified for the CT, but if I was in this final, I'd be like, this is sick. If I beat Griff, who's in that realm, that kind of puts you at a certain level, you know, on the world stage, which is insane.
He set this thing up like literally like a right at lowers.
Yeah, that was, I mean, he looks so spicy. That board looks insane.
I thought he was going to do the big old aerials right here.
I thought this was ramp time, but he said, you know what?
He threw the fanning float.
Little tap end.
It's definitely, so tactics are going to come into play here. I mean, it's slow. There's not a lot of really good scoring waves, so I would think he was like, all right, you know what, I'm going to get on the board, do a few turns. You know, he's definitely really comfortable in the lip, as you can see there, and that's gonna be, I mean, at this stage, it's pretty early in the heat, but you know, that's gonna count.
That was a combo. Yeah. That blow the fins out straight into no hitch bottom turn, big swoop, carve.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be higher than Kaulana's. Like, I wouldn't judge it higher than Kaulana's, but that was sick.
It's going to set the tone, though. At least it's going to give the audience members an idea of what the judging looks like. Okay, someone with a barrel versus someone with turns. And then they're going to be able to understand what it looked like, so they're going to now prioritize, I think, their approach.
Yeah,
might be a backup. We'll see.
Yeah, so we got the judging criteria here. Commitment and degree of difficulty, combination of major maneuvers, which we just saw from Griff. That's in the criteria. Style. That was pretty stylish. Creative self-expression. He was drawing insane lines. Wave selection, you know, I think that's what's going to hurt him there if you're breaking it down with this criteria. It was a smaller wave. Didn't barrel, was kind of in a weird spot on the reef. So, you know, all these factors are going to come into play today.
I love that style as a factor.
Same.
Really love that fact.
I mean, it's kind of everything in surfing, in my opinion.
I mean, that's what the original masters were about. I mean, you even look at people like Sean Thompson, Roy Russell, Mark Richards, Uncle Michael Ho, Dane Kealoha. I mean, style masters. Here we go. Something going on. Kaulana looking. People passing it up.
Yeah. So it's interesting with Jamie in the booth. His approach for a day like today, he was saying, was, you know, you're going to get more waves if you sit at 8s, but the high scores are going to be deep. So if he was saying, you know, either he would start off waiting for that good one, or maybe start at the end bowl, get some rhythm going, and then go sit at the, you know, at deep. And I don't know, maybe Griffin was listening to that, because if you're looking at what he's doing, he just caught a small one at 8s, and now he's sitting deep.
Yeah. I think
so you'd have to think he was listening.
Do people remember Jamie's win when he came in as a trialist?
that's right.
Yeah, that was.
He literally took out everyone in the contest from the bottom.
That's right, 2004.
That's one of the most incredible things to do with. In 2004, you look at who was in that. You had Kalani Boy Chapman. You had, I mean, Andy. You had Kelly. There's like, how many people? Actually, I don't know. Actually, no. That's the era. So whoever was in there from that time.
Heavy hitters across the board.
That was what we cement our what does modern pipeline surfing look like.
Yeah.
It's that crew, that time era. I think 2000, maybe 1 to 2005, 2006 was like the most progressive pipeline surfing for a long time because it was so held down too. That was kind of the last bit of time where you couldn't just paddle out whenever you wanted. There was still some order and structure, and it was based on, even in that higher pecking order, who's better at it. Even if you don't want to accept where they are, their talent is just bar none. Jamie O'Brien side slipping into waves, backdoor and pipeline on what, 6.2s?
Yeah, he definitely changed the game. I think that, you know, that smaller board mentality was definitely made, you know, very, you know, he kind of helped put that on the map. And then you saw guys like John kind of follow suit. You know, obviously Slater's in that conversation. The Irons brothers are in that conversation. And yeah, he definitely was doing things that no one else was doing and made a name for himself. And now look at him.
Yeah. And looking back, you know, hearing from those early, you know, in the 70s, those first pipe master contests, there was only 6 people who entered. So there wasn't that many people that they had to compete against.
It was a surf-off.
It was a surf-off. But, you know, it's an interesting thing to think about where it's progressed.
You see the score for Griffin Colapinto, the 13.80. So the judge is looking at that wave and saying, hey, fully took that wave that was a lesser wave, but maximized fully degree of difficulty, creativity, style, as we saw, and put it right up there, right next door to Apo, who's pulling in on a little pipe wave right now.
Wow. Nice. Yeah. Nice, Rob.
He's feeling the flow.
Well, we got barrels versus turns. Balaram doing a turn into shampoo.
So that was a cool line.
That was just a small wave, but good little mix. So we got Kaulana, barrel. We got Griffin, turns. We got Balaram, both.
Look, you know, we know what we came here for, hoping to see as far as a Pipe Masters final, right? That we want some of the waves that we saw this morning, or some of the ones that are breaking down the beach and off the wall. But the bottom line is, these surfers are going to do and have to do what they can with what they're being given.
Eat what get.
Yes.
Ball.
Yeah,
Snap.
so here's ball. You had a little snack right there.
Yeah. That was a tasty grinds. What do they call that? Tasty grinds or whatever that. Yo.
Yeah. That was all sorts of style. I mean, you know, he wanted much more out of that wave.
Kaulana stalling out, holding it.
Steez.
Nice.
Style for a mile.
He does have that. He's kind of got shades of Jerry.
He's got a bit of Jerry. He's got a bit of Kalani. Rob, maybe, I would say. Another town boy. Kalani Rob. Catch surf.
Kaulana up.
What's that fish jumping behind him?
Jumping for joy.
Yeah.
You guys like surfing? Do you guys like surfing in the rain?
Yeah.
I love it.
I come from the east side. It rains every day. If you're not surfing in the rain, you ain't surfing.
I live in Venice, where if you surf in the rain, you're going to the hospital. So
yeah, I guess it means something different there, for sure.
Yeah, I mean.
But I do like it when I'm on a boat trip or something, and it's kind of like weird spiritual vibes. You know, no horizon.
Yeah.
Water dancing all around you.
Yeah. There you go. Joao is trying to get in on the action.
Yeah.
I think he's going to probably try to get tricky on this thing.
Let's see it. Mr. Chianca sitting underneath.
Going to go for a big aerial.
Oh my God.
That
was crazy.
That's what you call just,
wow.
I got to send big. He knows a lot's on the line.
I would over rotate, but if he lands that thing in the flats like lip line helicopter, like broken board.
Broke the board.
Yeah, I mean that's.
Who's gonna come? Yago maybe?
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, that's gonna happen on a committed maneuver like that. Yep.
Broken.
That was crazy. I mean, that was not an air section.
No, that was super manufactured.
That was a barreling
Griff
closeout that he. If he would have stuck that, I think that would have been in the excellent range.
That would have been a big score.
So committed.
Yeah.
You know,
and just
I think he's looking at the top. You know how much he could potentially win and what it would mean to him. You know this guy wants it. You know he wants to be a VANS pipe master. And he's going for it. It's sick.
That young Jake Maki, recent addition to the Volcom team, Charger from the North Shore.
Yeah.
Let's go, Joao. Wow. Whoa.
He almost got it.
At the end,
kind of landed.
Like his board kind of bounced back up into him, and he probably drove back down and broke it.
It looked like his body kind of over-rotated a little bit, and his board it didn't quite like keep up with him. But he was, if his board was under his feet where he landed, I think he had a shot of just stomping that thing. But that was intense. That was, you know, not a place you would want to fall. That was super shallow. Look at the water drawing off the reef right there.
Oh, his right foot broke the board.
Wow. Right foot could have broke.
Yeah. A lot of things could have broke.
Yeah.
Right there. that was committed.
I'm loving this, you know, though.
Yeah.
Like just full fireworks.
Yeah.
And these surfers have decided we are gonna do it all with what we've got. Here with 20 minutes to go here in our men's final at the 2022 Pipe Masters. How is this thing going to shake out? Stay with us. We're going to crown a champion today.
Inside, snuck through underneath. Had a little bit of spit on that, so. Oh, you have any information on the new or next swell that's supposed to be filling in? Are we going to see any of that today, you think?
I don't think we're going to see it today. I think it's forecasted for the next couple of days associated with that low pressure, that cold front that's coming through. But the problem is, Rock, is going to bring in not only southwesterly winds, but strong westerly winds, which we rarely get in Hawaii, up to 20 to 40 miles an hour. So any west winds here on the North Shore is going to be victory at sea.
Yeah, I'm just curious because some of these little lefts, I mean, it probably is leftover swell from, you know, the previous days, but it almost looks like there's hints of a new angle, but I just maybe having some wishful thinking because that little left on the inside actually had a nice little barrel on the end of it, and with some spit, that could have been a decent score for one of our surfers, but it broke a little too far in, and here we go over on the side there, grabbing rail.
Griff, what's going on here?
What's going on here is Griffin Colapinto getting a little tucking under.
Oh.
Hoping for a little bit more, maybe to chuck an air section. Welcome back. Under 20 minutes to go here in this men's final of the Pipe Masters. Your current leader is Kaulana Apo from Eva Beach. Indigenous Hawaiian holding it down against Griffin Colapinto, Balaram Stack, and Joao Shanka. All four surfers starting to throw around fireworks here. You can start to feel that we are in the chase for this $100,000 first prize here at the Pipe Masters. As we see,
Griff tucks in, you know, kind of the same as Kaulana, maybe a little smaller, but ends it with a turn or a cut back. And I think in order to keep it on the high level, people got to finish whatever, even if it's a dead cockroach laying on the board. You got to do something after the barrel. Come on, you guys.
Gotta do it all.
Dude, this is
no meat left.
Exactly.
No meat left on the bone.
No
bone
meat.
Inspection.
Yeah,
If there's any scraps left, we're being deducted points.
Crack the bone, suck the marrows, whatever.
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that is a massive prize purse. $100,000.
Life-changing.
Life-changing. You know, that's a couple years salary right there. You're coasting. You just sponsor yourself for a few years. You can be a pro surfer and have time to figure things out if you don't have a sponsor.
Ball around.
Yeah, here we go, ball. You know, he's thinking air.
Kick out.
I like where his head's at.
I get the $100,000 thing. Oh, Griffin just took the lead.
Oh, just like that, Griffin gets that 11.1. So the significance of these backup waves are real. Apo had a 9.3 for his backup, and that 11.1 puts Griffin into your leader. You know Kaulana is going to have something to say about that if he gets the opportunity. This is what we came for, but this was gorgeous, little tucking under.
I mean, this is when I think the person who's used to competing knows, okay, I got to get a little bit more. I'll just do a little thing at the end of what was probably a lesser barrel. But that's where I think we got someone who is seasoned in competition and understands numbers, where Kaulana is like coming up. But he's a competitor too. I'm sure he knows. But, he also, it's like that barrel, what you look for, he came out, he's just like stoked. Yes, kick out. Okay, where's my next one? Kind of like Kala. Grace was saying, I'm going to get my wave, I'm going to kick out, and I'm going to get another one. It's interesting to see the dynamics of someone who's focusing on numbers versus someone who's focusing on tube.
Yeah. Well, I think as surfers too, you kind of expect, like, there is a little bit, less. Most sessions, it's less about numbers, more about mojo. But you got to be thinking about these numbers. First place getting $100,000, second place $60,000, third place $35,000, and fourth place $15,000. So, either way, you're like, all these guys are stoked. What an honor it is to make a VANS Pipe Masters final. I mean, your name is always going to be brought up, especially, in some heated battles, as we've seen in the previous history of this event. And cool to be, in an event like this with a new criteria and, trying to just give these guys a little extra motivation to try something different, take new lines. Airs being pretty up there on, with what some of the judges want to see, and that being pretty controversial, but I think pretty rad to just get these guys thinking like that, and what that's going to do for the sport in the future is insane.
It is, and especially in this situation with no priority.
Are they playing around, or are they?
I think you see. Look at, I love that Griffin's like, "Are you really paddle battling me, bro?"
That's sick. You haven't seen one of those in a while.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're thinking about it. I think Griff.
You saw it, but at the outset of the heat, Joao took it to Griffin, right? Like, that was his mentality, to be like, there's no priority, but I'm gonna let you know I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn. There's a lot of, you hear about the mind games of competitors. That looked like, they were kind of, there was some feathers being ruffled right there. That's for sure.
I mean, and you look at this.
I love it.
I'm sure there's a huge support group for every one of these people. You got all of Kaulana paddling, looking for the wave. Griff, okay. But you got all of San Clemente probably going for Griff right now. You got all of Hawaii going for Kaulana. You got the whole East Coast going for Ball. Then you got, the entire Brazil is probably wanting on Joao. So everyone's got a lot of support, and even going, Balaram, he's got a huge support group on the East Coast, back home.
And he's put in the time that he's put in here, and what he's earned reputation-wise. It's so cool to see just how much love and how integrated he is into the community here.
Yeah.
He's not necessarily seen. Obviously, everyone's going for Kaulana, but he's really felt to be a part of the community in the time that he spends here.
Oh yeah, he's number 2 in Hawaii after Kaulana.
Yeah, Jamie was talking about spending spending time in the water to get to know the people, you know, the locals of the lineup, you know, knowing each of them personally and where your place is in the lineup. Balaram Stack's done a great job of that.
He really has
in his career, and it's, you know, it shows in all his results and you know what he's been able to do at this wave. He has a very special relationship with it and all the people around it. You know, and I think that's the ultimate respect you can pay to any spot that you go and surf around the world, is, you know, doing what Ball's done here at Pipeline.
Yeah, I remember in past years when he was younger, you know, we talked about it yesterday, days where you're looking out and you're like, it's just messy, no one really wants a part of it, and then suddenly you see a head that's popping out in the lineup. And you're like, oh, who's that? And then you see the person go on some weird one and get blown out, and it's Stack. And locals and heavy hitters here are just like, wow, this guy, you know, and getting that kind of reputation, and not walking with like a tough big chest about it. Very, very humble and modest, and letting his surfing do the talking. As scrambling and going, we see Balaram going to try to tough out.
Wow, that was
big turn,
rad.
big turn.
Here we go.
Wow.
Making up.
All right. I mean,
starting to get spicy.
What do we think, guys? Where does that fall in comparison to Kaulanas?
I mean, that was like a barrel to a maneuver. So, you know, Kaulanas won that he got barreled and turned. That was, I think he's doing this, but compared to what Kaulana just got barreled, this is probably going to be scored higher for sure. And as I think a longer wave.
Yeah, so he needed an 18.3 on that. That was scrappy. Wow,
yeah,
look at Xiao. He was going. He was sharking around on that one. Yeah, this was really committed. I think this will put it above Kaulana's. You know, just that was a pretty.
Joao tried to paddle finish. Up, over, around, and back.
that's tactics.
Yeah. Wow, this is, you know, with the lineup being a lot closer today.
I
and
told
the takeoff.
you.
Griff is tripping.
Wow.
Griff is like, what are you doing,
I
bro?
was like, he's made it his decision to let Griffin know that he's not going to be anywhere without him.
Griff got caught in the
He's like, what did I? Griffin was like, what did I do to be a part of this?
He's like, dude, get away from me.
He's tripping.
Crazy. Yeah, that was wild. You know, I know there is no priority, but they also want there to be sportsmanship, and they want guys to just show that respect.
Yeah.
Joao might be kind of dancing on the edge right
now.
He might be dancing on the edge.
There's definitely a lot of talk about. It's interesting that there is that, you know, like there is no priority, but they want you to be sportsmanlike.
Yeah.
You know, it's an interesting dynamic to see how each surfer interprets that.
With $100,000 on the line, first prize, somebody was going to push the envelope of what that looks like.
You're gonna get scrappy for sure. That's a life-changing amount of money, and everything that comes with it. You know, just your name is on that list of incredible champions of the past. That's got to be on the back of Griffin's mind. His brother Crosby won last year's digital format Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
Makua has expressed, you know, his opinion on the digital format.
Many have.
Many have. It's definitely
Griff.
controversial.
What's going on?
Wow, this looks crazy.
Griff.
Taking off just super deep. I feel like Kaulana was more in the spot on that one. That was definitely a score. That looked like one of the better waves of the heat. Here we go.
Oh, Statman.
Wow. Get in there.
Oh. New York has something to say.
This guy.
New York has something to say.
Yep. Damn, that was sick.
How was the look-off claim?
Yeah,
no
so
body language, just look-off.
Current leader. That was from last score. Current leader.
The last score.
He's about to be even more so current leader. I like how...
Yeah, so he's going to further his lead there. So stoked for Ball. That was a beautiful wave. Definitely the best wave of the heat. Jiao up and riding with a spicy turn right there. And another one kind of didn't quite right out of that one.
No, but this wave, man. Wow. Oh, okay.
Wow, Balaram just comboed.
He's stoked on that one.
All right, so...
Yeah, so it looks like he got a...
Wait for that score. It's going to change the numbers and requirement.
The late
How
drop
is this thing?
into the grab rail. Just
that was so well written.
Yeah. Good job.
Look at
He's
that.
a beast.
I like
He's on
that. The look back claim.
He's on a 6'2" Kaimana Henry.
Wow.
Yeah. So Kaimana, you know, is a household name here at Backdoor. Wow.
This is great.
Yeah. That was an insane ride. Really well done, Ball. He's catching fire and definitely feeling, you know, I'm feeling that.
Peaking at the right
heat.
Peaking at the right time. You know, he let everyone else get involved early and just kind of bode his time. And look at this.
He's going again.
Getting a little bonus on the way back out.
Wow. He's just having fun. He's just surfing.
Chop
I
one.
think, you know, that was insane. Wow, that was, he's pushing the limits and just, yeah, staying in rhythm. You know, I think we were talking about scores earlier, you know, and you know, you're seeing Griff like kind of, you know, with that seasoned competitor approach to this heat, but I think it comes back to, you know, that connection with the ocean and just having fun. And you know, you're seeing someone like Ball who's staying out of all that sort of friction and games and whatever and just doing his thing, and it's showing. He just got a 23.
Wow.
Just dropped a 23 right there. Wow. He's in the 40s again.
Just like that. He reminded you like, oh, I was the #1 qualifier up until the very end of yesterday, and here's why.
Yeah. And now it comes down to the waves. You know, in these last 5 minutes, will there be something? And if the wave comes, any one of these folks can upset it.
Well, as it stands right now, Joao Chianca would need 2 waves, and Kaulana and Griffin would both need to be
excellent.
Get string of 9s.
Yeah.
But anything is possible here with 6 minutes to go. We wanted a little bit of drama here, and we are getting it. Kaulana Apple.
Finish it.
Oh, that was nice.
Probably improving on his last one.
Yeah. Yeah, that could make the requirement less. He actually he's in 3rd, but he needs less than Griffin to catch Ball, so he's in a great position. I think that'll put him above Griffin.
Yeah.
He'll definitely go into 2nd with that.
Because he has a 9.3 on his last one, essentially like a 3.1 across the board. I think that's better than a 3.1, probably what he just got.
Definitely. Yeah, I think that was probably along the same lines as Griffin's.
I love the differences in styles and the results that came with it, right? Joao deciding to be, right or wrong, be super aggressive. As we see this replay of Kaulana Apple, did well with that wave.
Yeah, that was a committed turn. Yeah. That was exciting. He's definitely, you know, he wants this. It's cool to see like how, you know, he's just rising to this occasion. He's making everybody proud. Like you can't help but root for it.
He's excited and clearly excited and present to be here.
Yeah.
And he's not done.
Nope, we got 4 minutes, 40 seconds left in this heat. Winding down. Balaram's got to be hoping that this just
goes flat,
takes away, which is a high possibility. I mean, it's pretty slow. Here we go.
But now you got Griff coming right back at it.
Okay. San Clemente now has just entered the chat. Oh, this is exciting. 4 minutes to go.
What's it going to be?
More waves, more waves, more surfing.
This is what you want. You want to see, you know, you want to see everybody have their shot at you know, winning this final.
Griffin's gonna probably bump back in the 2nd again with that after Kaulana had just taken him out.
Yeah,
back and forth.
Kaulana just got an 11.7, better than Griff's backup score. So yeah, he overtook him, but I think you're right. That Griff's definitely gonna improve there. I don't know if it's quite gonna get him in the lead, but here's Joao Chianca just manhandling his way through that one, through that entire wave. He just threw down right there.
Starting to throw his will into it. That was all will.
That was an all energy.
I think that brings him into the conversation.
The man had his coffee this morning.
Yeah.
That was nuts. It was like a wind-up toy.
I love that the waves are flurrying right now here in this last 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Griff again, he's just doing work. It's gonna be a long one if he can hold on to it.
Wow.
Griff, jumped.
He had to eject. We saw the jump right before that thing closed out.
Yeah.
Oh, man, it's a shuffle. It's shaking, waiting for scores.
Man, I love it. It's just fun to watch when everyone's getting opportunities and there's energy and excitement. Like Jiao, you know, he did well on this
Yeah,
one.
he
to
stalled it
negotiate
up.
through this.
Little foam ball dance to start.
Yeah.
Couple turns.
Wham!
He definitely, like, whatever score, the highest score you could possibly get, he did on that wave. You have to say that. This is one of the better ones of the final. Not as good as Ball's,
No.
but I think that's going to lessen his requirement.
For sure.
All around.
Yeah, that one was not what he was looking for, but he's already got two crazy ones. I think
Griff took the second.
Oh yeah,
2 minutes.
Kaulana.
2 minutes. Is Kaulana gonna get an opportunity? We're gonna get some late bombs here.
Here we
Late
go.
bombs. Where's everyone at?
Griffin Colapinto jumping into second place as some bombs are coming.
Oh.
No.
Nah.
Was it?
I don't know.
There was an exit there, but man, yeah, I'm kind of on the edge of my seat right now.
Yeah.
This is insane.
If it ends
It's
right
anyone's
now,
game.
if it ends right now, Balaram Stock would be the 2022 Pipe Master. Wow. Griffin Colapinto needing a 21.1. Kaulana Apo 28.4. Joao Shanka, I think we may be still waiting for one score for him to see whether he would just need one wave. Yeah, we are.
Yeah, I think he's gonna probably crack that combination requirement.
Again, no priority here at the end.
Yep.
So if
I like that. Right now, it's anyone's game. You know, it's kind of like, all right, you know,
wave comes,
final
waves
minute.
come.
You know, it's up to backdoor and pipe at the end of the day. You know, she's gonna choose.
Balaram with 1 minute just going, lay flat.
Yeah.
Lay flat for me, ocean.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah,
this is
it's
exciting.
like everyone now just like, who wants that wave? East Coast don't want waves. West Coast wants a small one. Hawaii wants the
little
bomb.
flurry, little flurry.
Oh, Griff, what's gonna happen? Oh,
Here he goes.
He's gonna have to rip this thing.
30 seconds
Big
left.
air is his only thing.
Oh, come on.
Man,
That would have been something.
Ooh. Yeah, there's some
20 seconds to
vibes.
go.
Guys want it.
What's going on?
I mean, even from first to second to third to fourth are big, like, money jumps.
Balaram is just like, come on.
Like, you see the smile starting to creep up.
He's like, 10 seconds. Is he gonna do?
Wow, ball.
Pizza, New York pizzas.
Yeah.
And with that, Balaram Stock from
Good
Long
job,
Island, from
Ball.
New York City,
Well deserved.
is your 2022 VANS Pipe Masters champion.
Congratulations, bro.
Yeah, huge congrats. I mean, we were just talking about how much time he's put in out here. You know, he's been in that conversation. He's done well at the Tahui backdoor shootout, gotten, you know, contenders for waves of the winter, multiple winners in a row. So huge congrats to Ball. I'm so stoked for him. That's massive.
Love seeing that camaraderie between he and Kaulana Apo there at the end. Now you see Ball finally allowing himself to just let it sink in, that smile kind of overcoming him, that he has added his name to this historical list of Pipe Masters champions.
Yeah.
The Volcom House is going to be turned tonight, folks.
It's burning down. One of them is going to be burned down.
Well, he just premiered his movie too, Hail Mary, and that almost burnt down the Volcom House the other
I still want to see that. I think I think his mom may still be here. I know she had come out for the premiere, and how special would it be if she was able to witness her boy becoming a pipe master here? $100,000.
Wow. Man.
And whatever matching deal he's got in his contracts is looking pretty sweet right now.
You better hope he has a matching deal in that contract, right? If he doesn't, he's going to get one.
That's sick. I think, you know, it's just so cool to see. I love this tradition.
Champion getting chaired.
Yep. No, don't touch the sand. The champ just keeps that water, that energy on him all the way up to the podium.
And again, this is a guy who doesn't say a lot of words. If you don't know him, Ball's kind of quiet, right? Keeps to himself. The surfing does the talking. But he's gonna let it loose now.
So good. The camaraderie of all the team members. You got Yago, who he knocked out.
He
into
won
the
that
finals.
contest on a Kaimana Henry board. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Huh?
6'2".
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. That board right there was shaped right in that Volcom house. And he's going to check that out.
And think about all the lessons he's probably learned from Kaimana over the years.
Oh, yeah.
You know, to get to this place, to this moment.
Well, just to say that you shaped a board for a Pipe Masters that won it right out of the Volcom house. And it doesn't get better than that with the Volcom rider, Balaram stock. Congratulations, my brother.
So yeah, all his boys just celebrating with him. What a huge moment for him. Looks like Mahina's about to get some words.
Yeah. Mahina's going to get in there once all the handshakes. There's a lot coming. Look at Noah Dean in the background. He's stoked like he won.
That's awesome.
Yes. Want your board up?
Yeah, bring that board up there.
Yeah, just throw it down. Throw it down so we can feel that. All right, Balaram, look at this crew, the Volcom crew. I see some of the OG dogs. That was the fastest chair up I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank
You
you.
are the first ever VANS Pipe Masters 2022. How are you feeling?
I'm shocked. I don't know. From the water to here is such a blank out. I can't even. That's not even happened on a wave. I don't think. I don't know. That was crazy. I don't really know what to think yet. I don't know. That was the best thing ever to come into all the boys on the beach, fucking cheer me on, cheer me up, and I don't know. It's gonna take a minute for this to settle in for sure.
100%. Well, you are making New York proud. You're making your Hawaii boys here proud as well. How was the format out there? How was your entire experience here at the VANS Pipe Masters? Just your whole experience.
It was great. I mean, honestly, my mom's here, and
This is mom?
yeah,
Still
she's
there?
yeah. We gotta get her up here. Mom, come up here. Drop the board. Drop the board.
Oh, we love this. We love mom's rolling down her Volcom sweatpants. She's geared up. This is the famous Mary from Hail Mary. This is Balaram's newest.
No way. Nada. I just thank you. Mahalo. She gifted him.
Thank you,
She
Mom.
loves him very much, and it's mutual. All right.
And how
Stoked.
special is this to be able to have mom here?
It's. I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't know. I'm stoked she's here. I'm stoked it happened. I'm gonna be thankful and grateful and shocked, I guess, for a while now.
So we want to know, what are you going to do with that $100,000?
I mean, that's a question for later. Hopefully, I'll make it last a lot longer than 100,000. But I don't know. I'm pretty excited.
There we go. Well, congratulations. We're going to let you soak it up. We'll see you again for the award ceremony.
That was wonderful. When I ran into Balaram a couple of weeks ago, that was one of the first things that he said to me. He said, "My mom's coming. Dude, I'm so stoked that my mom's coming." He was excited that she's going to be there for the premiere, but how about what she said? The Ocean gifted my son today as we are in the women's final. It's actually already started. Carissa Moore, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, and Molly Picklum saving the best for last. And you know the women are fired up after watching that performance as we welcome in Makuakai.
Aloha. And we have Up and Riding live action off the top. Just going for broke there. I think that was Molly Picklum.
Molly
And,
sending it.
Man, she does have this. Looks like she's loving this backdoor wave, so.
Yeah, the way that Molly has shown, I've been super impressed with her ability to find and drive line through the barrel. I mean, quick, being able to adjust in the barrel in a way that is truly, truly progressive. She's here for it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like I said, some of the boys could take notes from her pumping through the barrel. She's getting this wave dialed, and here we have a paddle off the back. We have in black Molly Picklum, in blue Betty Sakura Johnson, Carissa Moore in red, and Katie Simmers in white. We have a very wide range of diversity, from multiple-time world champions to youngsters coming up trying to win their first world title and make their name for themselves, all together in this one heat here.
What I love about Katie Simmers is that she's the youngest of the bunch, but she's chippy. You know what I mean? She's got this energy as
Carissa.
We see Carissa on this pipeline wave. She's going to throw in that trademark hack.
Man, she's just so stylish.
It's,
you know,
truly.
Looked like she was surfing Kiwalos right there.
Yeah, that wave
chopping
was,
it down.
You know, not a score, and she kind of, I mean, definitely got the most out of that you know was on offer. So,
and it's great to look at these four women's names and then see like all the hammers that they dropped over the course of the last 2 rounds to get to this final. Obviously, the loudest one heard being Carissa Moore's incredible backdoor wave yesterday. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with an incredible one as well.
But guess what? That all doesn't count anymore.
None.
It all goes back to 0, and these girls are ready to go back to back and throw fireworks at each other.
wow, that was a huge attempt by Betty Lou, or Shreddy Lou, as we heard her friends call her. Yeah, so here's a replay of Carissa's wave. She did really well. I mean, this wave was not a score, but just, you know, showing her experience here, that's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. You know, a few turns, and she's, you know, in tune with her board now. Here we go. We got Katie taking off on a pipeline dreamer. Look at that. That was really well ridden, and here she goes.
Wow.
Spicy.
That was spicy. I mean,
I know
I'm
that was
sure
a smaller wave, but the way
Yeah.
that she positioned her body and the way she dragged across that, she has the style for
She's
it.
Totally.
This kid, man, is the future. I mean, let's think about it. Qualified for the CT without even trying, and then said, no, I'm good. I'm going to do a little bit more work. I'll see you guys. And then qualified again, and now is actually going to take an opportunity. I love the patience that she's had to be like, I'm going to develop as I want to, and now she feels ready to test the world.
Yeah, just, you know, here we go. Molly taking off on a, oh, that was a nice one. Yeah, she's been in rhythm today. Like, she's really dangerous out there today. She seems to be really in tune with her equipment. Look at that. I mean, comboed it up, like barrel to turn. I think that's the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah,
by far.
I think so.
Molly picking them, pick them. He's picking them all right. I'm telling you, you watch this. You guys laugh now at the end of this heat.
We're not
Might
laughing.
not be laughing. This girl, she's got the skill.
That
let me tell
laughter
you.
is just awe, bro. Because you're just out here spitting bars.
I'm laughing at your wit as well. You've been on this whole event, Makua. Just props.
I just
real
really
quick.
like the way this girl surfs, the way she pumps her board in the barrel. You don't see that a lot, especially out here. She's really impressing, not just myself, Jamie O'Brien. A lot of people are seeing the difference.
She has feel. She has really good feel.
Yes, the connection between her board, and the face of the wave is amazing, because she knows where to place it and where to drive it up and down, when to slow down, when to hurry up. I mean, look at that big smile. She's just on.
Yeah, she's just having fun. You know, you saw Ball kind of do that in the last heat. It just looked like he was having fun. You know, there's some tactics going on by, you know, Griffin and Zhao, and they're like, you know, pretty seasoned competitors. But that was something, you know, we've been talking about, you know, that rhythm with the ocean, that connection with pipeline and backdoor.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, you know. Bao understood the assignment when it came to this format, and he didn't let old thinking get in the way of being in the final and going after the money. You saw that with Joao. Griffin obviously got drawn into it, didn't have intention of being a part of it, but he got caught up in that energy, and Bao was able to be like, namaste, I'm just going to come and take this bag. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Kaulana also did a good job of kind of just staying away from that. They both just surfed their heats, and I think it showed in their performances.
How's this rain?
Yeah,
beautiful in the studio.
We saw that shot.
To be in here.
We saw that shot from the ski from Larry Haynes as Molly Picklum was paddling by, and you could see that the beach is still heavily lined up with fans that are out here dedicated. They got the umbrellas. There was still no parking This morning when we got here in the rain, I thought, oh, maybe
Look
people
at the
would be
door.
would be
We've got a
comfortable.
waterfall coming in here. Check that out.
Yeah, inside our studio, the
Yeah.
water is definitely threatening.
We should definitely close that door because
Yeah,
of all
anybody-
this
I'll just
equipment in here.
Thanks, Dylan.
Yeah, all the wires are. We might not be here soon. The storm's taking us away.
I like how people came
Live
prepared
from-
with 10 setups, and nice job, Dylan, keeping us safe.
Yeah, this could. I mean, again, it was flat that whole last heat pretty much, and then there was this flurry. There's a couple small waves and that flurry at the end of the heat, and that's when Balaram capitalized and came on top. I wonder if it's going to happen too.
When it's really raining hard like this and dark, it's pretty hard to see the waves coming too. When it really starts to downpour, it gets a little bit tricky to, your wave selection, what's coming in. It's a little hard to see out there for sure.
We're going to see our way into a couple of commercials right now as we look to crown our second champion with the women here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
Time check, 32 minutes, 50 seconds. Last wave.
Welcome back to the rainy edition of Finals Day here at the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. It is coming down. The fans, they do not care. They want to see some of the best surfers in the world and see who is going to be the other name added to the history books here at the VANS Pipe Masters. Molly Picklum currently in the lead, followed by Carissa Moore, Katie Simmers, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with 32 minutes to go. Love the fact that we have the 45-minute final.
Oh, yes. Gives the surfers time to feel out the lineup, gives them a little bit more time to, on the clock period, just to perform, and gives us a little bit more time, and you folks at Time and Hope, to enjoy the performances today.
While we were away,
Molly kicking out.
In and out. So Molly is in the lead at the moment with an 18.4 total. Second, Carissa Moore. She's got a 12.5 for those few turns.
Oh, so did that her last wave, or so like that 1 point whatever scores two across the board now put Molly in number one as her second backup?
I think she was.
Yeah, she already was though.
She has the highest heat, the score of the heat so far, 14.2 for that backdoor to slash combo here at the VANS Pipe Monsoon Masters.
And if things go the way they should, that 4.2 will not be a factor when this is all said and done. Hopefully, these women will get a bunch of opportunities. Love that, like that flurry we had in the end of the men's, right?
Yeah, it was such an exciting way to end that final. You saw ball. It was in the last 8 minutes, sort of like how Kaulana did in the last heat of the day yesterday. He just caught fire, got his 2 scores back to back, and it was enough for him to walk away and treat his mom to an insane dinner tonight with $100,000.
I like how he said, hopefully I'll be able to make it last more than $100,000.
Was he talking casino?
I think he's either talking casino or financial advisor, one or the other. Hopefully it's the latter.
Damn. Well,
Or
either
just
way.
not blow it on a huge party tonight.
Oh man, the pressure. Hey, I made you that board. So yeah.
10% tax already. Ready for the tax. As soon as he got to the house.
Let's let Balaram enjoy. Let's let him enjoy it.
Yeah. No, that was an insane performance. I mean, definitely one of the standouts throughout the entire event. Even coming into this event, you knew he was going to be a threat. He's done well for himself over the years here at Pipe and Backdoor and put in the time like, you know, we've been talking about. And as we learned from Jamie O'Brien earlier, you know, that's what you need to do if you're not from Hawaii. You got to pay the ultimate respect to the place by, you know, getting to know the people and paying your dues out of this wave.
Oh yeah, there was definitely once upon a time a pecking order out here at Pipeline, and if you wanted to eat, get to that pile of bird seeds, you definitely had to put your time in and figure out your way around the maze, because not just the people, but the actual wave itself will clean you up more than anything. You know, especially when you come out here with thinking you come from wherever and you surf here and you do this. Mother Pipeline will put a whoop into your backside if you're not careful, definitely.
Betty Lou looking at this backdoor wave. Is she gonna try to get after it? No.
Yeah, so she needs a 13.5.
The wind looks like it's turning into a big factor right now, Salema. What do you think?
Yeah, it looked like a little onshore as opposed to what we had earlier.
Well, it's in the forecast, so I mean, we're definitely cheating faith here.
Just hold off for 30 minutes before you howl.
Yeah, that little wave you saw.
You can puff but not howl, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Light
I mean,
puffs.
Be hard for anyone to get through all this rain at this stage. So hopefully that continues. You know, and really just all you need is some waves right now. You know, girls can, as we've seen throughout this event, you know, there's been some massive scores. Carissa scored the best, the highest wave of the entire event. You know, that's going to go down in history. I mean, everyone was talking about it having shades of Slater's wave in the Pipe Pro earlier this year. You know, that airdrop into just barely sneaking under the lip. So, yeah.
I mean, it was 1/3 the size, but it definitely had shades of the wave. But that Slater wave he got, oh, that was a straight 8-foot, maybe 10-foot peak at backdoor. That was not something that many humans on this planet can do,
no.
Man, women, or child. That was something special to be seen.
Indeed. 27 minutes to go here. You can just you see the lens. You know, someone got to get out in front of our cameraman's lens.
We need a squeegee or what are those things called?
A squeegee.
Yeah.
That feels like...
Pull up at the stoplight, there's squeegee in your car. We need one of those guys for the lens.
that feels like what I saw as soon as I woke up this morning, the last few days.
Molly, Katie?
Here we go. Yep, Katie Simmers taking off, going to turns. A nice opening turn on that wave. She's going to back it up with another really nice turn. And unfortunately, that wave just not cooperating. You know, you got to think that, you know, with Katie's talent in the air, that's got to be going through her mind right now, with the conditions kind of, you know, making a turn for the worse here. Yeah, Carissa up and riding. Here she goes with a big gouge. Man, she's incredible.
When she drops the heavy foot on those end sections.
Her just knowledge of the rail.
Well, you know what I see about Carissa surfing is she was watching Griffin earlier, and Griffin got a higher score than Kaulana did, just doing really close, just doing turns.
Betty Lou.
So right now, the competitive nature of these girls, they know it's not really barreling, it's getting on shore. They need fractional scores. I mean, 2-point rides, and they're going to start, you know, getting into that regular competitive mindset where you need, you know, a score to advance a heat, because right now, the non-losing format does not apply anymore. This is a regular heat. It doesn't matter if you have a 2 and a 10 or anything in between. You just need to win this heat regardless of how you do it.
Wow, here goes Molly.
I love that it's onshore and Molly's still like, I'm sticking with the original script. I'm searching.
Well, at the end of the day, too, you're still at backdoor. There's still going to be waves that barrel regardless of the wind. And I don't think that's a bad strategy at all. Yeah, here's the replay of Carissa's wave. That was such a savage turn.
Hammer.
Yeah, she threw it down. I mean, that's going to right now she's got one score on the board, so that'll definitely back up her 12.5.
It's crazy how Carissa, she's, you know, one of those people who literally just one turn can change the game. It's Katie driving.
Katie.
What?
Whoa! So close. That little body just got toppled over.
Oh man, she does so well. Her you know, center of gravity is so low. You know, and that's why she's so good in the air. You know, she just, even at the height of her air, she's sort of centered. You know, does so well to stay centered over her board. And yeah, it's, you know, showing in her tube riding as well. Like just that, yeah, that low center of gravity that she has. That's
just got knocked over at the end.
There are some sets coming out the back. This is now the opportunity maybe that Balaram got in the last heat with some barrels and tubes.
Well, yeah, it was it was that last 10 minutes just turned on for them. It was kind of a slugfest somewhat before that, and then, you know, yeah, the heat caught fire. It does look like, you know, that flag is whipping in the wind. You know, hopefully they can get a shot at, you know, a few rides before it gets too nuts.
That wave of Carissa Moore's was a difference maker, as she is our new leader. So we, just like you said before, you know, going in the toolbox and be like, let me get out my hammer.
Yeah,
when you're the foreman and not the journeyman, you know what I mean? You know a thing or two about the job site and what the task at hand is and what it is you need to do to complete that. And right now, with the way the conditions are deteriorating, going to snaps and turns is a very, very good idea.
Molly.
Up and riding, Molly Picklum, sticking to the script, getting in the barrel.
Oh, football dancer.
Coming out.
Wow.
We'll see what happens. See if she can finish this wave as well.
Man, she is really impressing.
With the finish.
Yeah. Pretty good. That might...
I don't know. I saw her try an air yesterday as well. Like, I'm so impressed with Molly. I guess I just wasn't too familiar with her surfing, but now I'm well acquainted. She's got it all.
I've seen her in events, but it's the tenacity for me. Like, she's just relentless.
I mean, her style on this was so steezy. Like, yeah, she, you know, everything was in the perfect spot. That wave was by no means perfect, and she surfed it up. I think that's going to go in her top two.
And she's going into the wind against the grain at Pipeline, where not too many scores have been had. And right there you see, I mean, coming through that and having the competitive mindset to stay on her board, not just kick out, and really kind of like, you know, blow the tail on that little turn right there at the end. That's another half point. That can make a big difference today.
And like, for those who maybe don't, you know, Makua obviously understands this wave so good and competitive with Dylan. It may have not looked like the prettiest wave, but you hear them talk about it, the technicality that was required in order to achieve that score. Oh, Betty Lou must have just got it. Big turn, and finishes it off with another big wrap.
I really like her style. She's just really graceful, and it's unique. She's kind of got her own thing going on. I love when, you know, people, it's cool to see, you know, some emulation go on and find inspiration from different surfers, but also rad to just be like, bam, like totally original, you know, sort of like Mikey Febbs kind of has his own thing, like very recognizable. I think Betty Lou's got a little bit of that going on.
Graceful power.
Yeah. I mean, not easy to combine those two things, because, you know, deep down you're grunting through those turns, you're trying to get your rail set, and yeah, you know, Betty Lou making it look easy right there.
And getting that tips from Ross Williams doesn't hurt.
Does not hurt to have Ross the boss in your corner, waiting for scores, and we have them.
Things might be shaken up.
Yeah.
I don't think it's called Molly Picklum's wave yet. Or Betty's. I mean, Betty only has one score on the board.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, still waiting, but Carissa holding it down. I think Molly's going to go into the lead with that.
I don't see how she can't go into the lead with
that.
Yeah,
she's at 10.3. That's, I mean...
It's 3.5s, right?
Yeah, she's going to jump.
That's definitely, she's going to jump into the first. Yeah, Betty
Betty, I don't think got the score to go to first. Yeah, there you go. She's still in second. She got a big score, but still needs a 9.2, which isn't very much. That's a 3-point ride, and now we're waiting to see,
Molly,
guys, what Molly Picklum has dropped.
Is she gonna go from
the
fourth?
sky.
Is she gonna go from fourth to first?
Well, she did a barrel to a move, and none of them have really done that yet. So
there we go. So Betty Lou's got a 15.3.
She's got the highest score just on turns.
There it is. 5.5, 4.8.
From those two hammers.
5.0. Yeah, that was insane. I think Molly's is maybe going to be a little better.
Was the barrel enough?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'd almost like to see it again because
we
really
saw
break it down.
And we saw Betty lose from behind, but obviously from the front, you could tell that those were pretty critical turns.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, a barrel's a barrel out here, and then you finish it off. So it's, you know, they've been scoring the barrel more than anything. So I mean, she got in there. Definitely head shampoo a little bit, but right here off the bottom, smash. One more time, eye it up, big bottom turn, arms wide open.
It's just a steep wave.
Just ripping that thing to the beach.
I like that, even the patience between the first and second turn. Like, she just takes a little beat.
Yeah, her timing.
Doesn't get aggressive and do any like extra unnecessary setup bottom turns.
Yeah, great timing on that. That's got to feel good. Molly's, you know, the barrel, I just loved her style in it. That's what I was impressed with. I agree, it wasn't the deepest barrel, you know, and it's going into the wind. Like, it was, you know, she kind of got lipped in the head a little bit as well, but scores just dropped.
There it is.
Enough. She's in the lead, you know. She didn't need much either.
That's the point, yeah.
Okay, but that was also the best wave of the heat, which, you know, I would agree with. Both her waves were, her backdoor right and that left.
Yeah.
Definitely, she should definitely be in the top spot.
Well,
Here we go, Salema.
Look at what we were talking about before as far as the judging criteria, right? It was critical.
What'd you think, Makua? What'd you think, bro?
Come on. Critical position in the wave.
Say it. Makua, what do you think about this barrel right here?
I think she got the perfect score. I mean, she's probably got a little underscored on her first one, so they made it up on the second one.
I think so, too. Yeah. That backdoor, her backdoor barrel is the best wave of the heat. No doubt. So,
and that little blowtail at the end, if we're as you said before, you got to do all you got to do.
Yeah.
The judges are emotional.
Hey, Mason did 3 1-inch hops. You see that? And he got the extra points. And he said,
it matters. Everything matters.
Completing a wave with a format that is set up not just for barrels, they have to give some kind of points for a finishing move at the end. That's just what it is.
Totally.
If they don't stick to their format, there's no use having it.
And that might
I really think that's the difference of her getting the score moving into first, or not getting the score. Should she have just gotten the barrel and kicked out, I don't think she would have got the score at all.
And then maybe what happened with Kaulana, he got that one barrel, but he didn't finish it, you know, at the end. And, you know, but then it's interesting, too. Griff got a high score from doing those 3 turns.
I thought they overscored him there. And, like,
well, the first turn was like a, it was like a 2 turns. It was
those at home that are
so.
watching. If you ever watched the Muppets when they were up on top of the theater, that's us 4 here. We're just. Are
we going to Fraggle Rock?
Yeah. Dylan Graves. I got Makua Kai Rothman and the good doctor.
The great doctor.
The great doctor.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, almost. This wind is definitely hindering the scoring performance for barrels. It's going to be very hard for them to sneak in and sneak out. Right now, I really think that alternative format can come into play with the snap and the big airs, because right now, I'm not sure how many airs a lot of these girls do, but I'm sure they can get up there and you know, touch the sky for a second. They'll probably get a big score.
Well, Katie, one of the best at it, yeah.
Zimmers will chuck it. And Carissa,
she makes her airs look super easy, too.
If Carissa can get enough speed, you know, she needs that. She's known for her power, but if she can get that extra bit of speed, I think she'll take flight, too.
Yeah, she does that front side. She's got that really nice
grab.
Front side, yeah, that rail grab re-entry, little reverse.
Yeah.
They're really sitting real close together out there, huh?
It's been like that all day. They just kind of hover around each other. They don't want anybody to get farther away. I don't know what it is.
It seems less scrappy, though, than the men's heat.
Seems.
Up until this point.
Seems.
Yeah, seems like it.
Keyword seems.
You were seeing hands go up in the air. There was some drama in the men's. Like, they were getting scrappy.
You seen that?
All right, 15 minutes to go. When we come back, we will take us all the way through and be crowning a champion, a women's champion here at the VANS Pipe Masters.
The pipeline left, but there are still some pretty testy and worthy right-handers at back door. So right now you're kind of head on a swivel looking either direction depending on the particular angle that each set approaches. The surfers will kind of react and adapt accordingly. But I'm sure, you know, the surfers that are regular foot are looking for the right. I think these all are regular footers. But they'll take a left if it pops up. And here's one right here. This is black. That is Molly Picklum. And Molly not able to make much happen there. She'll kick out or jump off the board and remain in first place.
Last play, Molly at 1.6, not one of your top two. Molly, you're still in first. Time check, 14 minutes and 10 seconds.
Welcome back. We are in the women's final here at the VANS Pipe Masters. You saw Molly Picklum there during the commercial in our picture-in-picture, just continuing to charge, just hunting out for whatever she can as she is in the lead and looking to keep the pressure on, followed by five-time world champion and Olympic champion Carissa Moore. My apologies to Carissa for the entire event. I've only been giving her 4 world championships.
Gosh.
I mean, what are you, new, Masekela? Evan Slater sent me a text this morning. He's like, I love you, bro, but 5. And I was like, oh my God. I've been doing this the whole event. So yeah, 5. And then followed by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers, both possible future world champions. This is a heat.
These are the girls that are going to be knocking on Carissa's door real soon here in that world championship.
She's getting a taste of her future right here
yeah,
in this final. And they're like, hey, we respect your 5, but also we would like to enter the chat.
Yeah, they all have. You know, all of them have made statements. A lot of girls who didn't make the cut also making statements. You know, I mean, Laura Enever's performance yesterday was heroic. You know, you got to mention her name. I thought, you know, Sophie Bell did amazing. She was charging. I thought she caught one of the biggest waves of the first round yesterday, and definitely showing that she has some promise. You know, looking forward to
Sierra.
Future. Sierra Kerr also, yeah, that was unfortunate. I mean, earlier today we saw her get the wave of the day, and unfortunately she didn't realize she had burned Pua on that wave.
She'd be here right now.
Yeah, she would be.
She'd be here and Molly wouldn't.
Yeah, I talked to one of the judges.
Could, but you're not. And we got these girls in the water right now who actually did the job and didn't drop in on any surfers, didn't get an interference, and they're here right now with 12 minutes to go, vying for a Pipe Masters women's title, which is, I think, the first.
The first official, VANS Women's Pipe Masters champion will be crowned today, along with $100,000.
Oh yeah, that part.
Crazy.
There's that part.
Yeah, no big deal. Just $100K.
100, 60, 35, 15, all a lot of money.
Yeah.
Either way, all 4 of those numbers are difference makers, just bigger differences, obviously.
I mean, you got your prize purse on screen: 100,000 for first, 60,000 for second, 35 for third, and for fourth, 15,000. Not too bad of a payday.
The total prize purse for the entire event, men's and women's, $420,000.
$420,000.
I can't wait till surfing sees more $1 million prize purses. That's going to be the day.
Yeah,
that'll be something.
That'd be awesome. You know, more money is always welcome. If anyone has it out there, throw it our way here at the VANS Pipe Not So Monsoon Masters. Yeah, luckily the rain stopped. Unfortunately, it does look like wind is now a factor, but the girls are doing well.
You know what? This is where we get to see the depth of the ability for these women as professionals to switch it up,
and the creativity.
We've seen it already in the manner in which Betty Lou and Carissa have gone to difference-making turns, right? We saw the blowtail from Molly Picklum on the end of that barrel. They know what to do, just like we saw the dudes adjust. These women are going to adjust and show us the full range of their world-class talents here, as we are 10 minutes away from crowning our first ever Women's VANS Pipe Masters champion.
Well, I know one thing that's on point is the peanut gallery over there, and they are ready to scream their head off should there be another big barrel ridden.
Yeah, I'm sure the fat tires are being prepped, or not even prepped, they're probably being popped
Turning
over
to
there.
flat tires pretty soon. That thing's gonna be empty.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite moments of yesterday. Just, you know, Harry coming in, getting one of the best waves of his life, and just straight into a fat tire. That was
Molly,
rad.
again.
Here we go, Molly.
Gonna
Just
pull in.
She's mixing it up. She caught this wave wide. Wow. Yeah, unfortunately not working out, but you know, not for a lack of effort.
She might have heard Jamie O'Brien talking about pulling through the back, and she did her best impression, but kind of slid out there like she was trying to pull high to get above that chandelier, and kind of got held down there for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the dark side of pulling out the back. If you don't do it hard enough, you're going to get pinned.
Nothing like getting pinned to the reef. Big thanks to the folks at the WSL for sanctioning this event, this invitational event. Obviously, it's not an event that counts towards championship points, but does allow championship tour surfers to be a part of this event, as well as to GoPro and Fat Tire, and of course VANS, for all coming together to make history, to create and take some chances in the format to help move our interpretation of, and our possibility of what professional competitive surfing can look like. And there's going to be a lot of takeaways from this event, from what's worked and what perhaps didn't. But either way, this is a conversation starter, and history has been made already.
Yeah.
I mean, just the knowledge that these women are gaining out here in the lineup by themselves, without a bunch of pushy old men out there trying to be like, oh, I got this one, and going straight. But you know, they're out there, they're doing their thing, they're learning the lineup, and I really think it's great for women surfing that they're out here. And it's a tour stop, so I mean, they have to get out here regardless. You want to surf the championship tour, you're going to perform at Pipeline.
You know, even Zoe McDougall said, you know, and she obviously is from here, from Hawaii, said the most knowledge that she's gained and what she's learned about Pipeline has happened in heats. You know, in the specialty heat that they had during the CTFN a few years ago, where they were out there with their coaches. And she said even in the last 2 days, these experiences, like you said, unobstructed, without people in the way telling them what waves they'll be going and not going on, and getting to get a feel without all that pressure. It's a game changer.
Well, I mean, women surfing, you know, contractually and performance, you know, based things haven't really required them to do much at Pipeline. And I think right now, you know, maybe take off on a longboard on a nice sandy, beautiful Ehukai beach day. But other than that, the competition criteria has not really, you know, they haven't had to conform to it. And now that they do, it's something that they need to reckon with. They need to spend time out here, and they need to make sure that they show up and put their time in.
Yeah, and this getting opportunity is everything.
Yes, right now the opportunity, like I said, it's wonderful for them to be out there with only 3 other people out. It's yourself, 3 other surfers, and you'll never get the lineup at Pipeline to yourself. I almost choked on that because I couldn't even say it, because there's never a moment besides, even for us, you know, in events, there was learning experiences with only 3 others out.
Yeah, opportunity breeds progress, and we are seeing that, the results of it in real time here with 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Is Molly Picklum going to be our VANS Pipe Master?
So all the girls, you know, chasing pretty decent scores. You know, Betty Lou actually has a higher score than Carissa Moore, so she's, you know, she's right there. She only needs a 5. Carissa Moore and Katie both needing a little more than that. So that's sort of what we're looking at. It seems like it's anyone's game here, and coming in, to, you know, to the 5-minute mark. Looking like the swell's kind of dwindling. Winds coming up, unfortunately, but yeah, you know, that's definitely been a common theme that I've been hearing from all the girls. You know, they've all talked about how, you know, they've just learned so much from this specific event. You know, a lot of them, this was their first time surfing pipe, and they rose to the challenge yesterday. That was not easy pipe, and they all paddled out, and every heat, you know, had crazy action. They were all throwing themselves over the ledge. It was rad to see.
You know what's cool to see is Betty Lou Sakura just shadowing Carissa right now. She does not want to let her go anywhere. She wants to take the lead.
Hi.
And she wants the same opportunity that Carissa has on one of these waves. It's pretty crazy to see without the priority format how the girls respond to it, because they haven't really surfed anything without priority.
Yeah, it's kind of their, just looking them on the sand today, this morning, Betty Lou was literally 1 tent away from Carissa and her camp. So they're, even on the beach, they're close together.
Well, guys, I have to head out to the stage so I can present some trophies.
Oh, yeah.
You guys
All right.
take care of the rest of this finals. It was great to work with you folks.
Thank
and I'm
you,
sure I'll
Makua.
see you guys soon.
Yeah, Makua.
Aloha.
Yeah, Makua.
Gonna give away some trophies and some checks.
Man,
Some money.
kiss, you know, kiss some babies, this guy.
No, he's gonna
It's
do
been
it.
an honor sitting next to Makua. Never in a million years would I have ever thought that I was going to commentate the VANS Pipe Masters alongside Makua Kai Rothman, known for surfing some of the biggest waves in the world. Me, probably the smallest.
Katie.
Yeah.
But here we go. Katie taking off on that one. Not much on offer there, unfortunately.
Oh, you can see now the effect that the wind is having in real time.
Yeah. Yeah, but you know,
Oh,
there's still time. 3
Totally.
minutes, 45 seconds.
Wave selection is going to
here
be
we go.
everything right now.
What's up, Betty
Here goes
Lou?
Chris.
Oh, Betty
Wow.
Lou and
Oh, man. Again.
Wow.
Wait, was that Carissa?
That was
Carissa dropped it on Betty Lou.
That was a little, I mean, well, we
What?
saw before that, you know,
What's
at least the
going
last
on?
shot I remember seeing before we say goodbye to Makua was Carissa having priority, and then you saw there.
Wait, there's no priority.
Or sorry, well, she was holding, like, she was sitting deeper than Betty Lou. Yeah.
Carissa.
Oh, yeah.
Oh boy,
Damn.
that's
Wow.
Listen, if precedent in the rest of the event is anything, Carissa's going to get a interference.
Yeah, that's it. She's going to get interference for sure.
Wow. Crazy. That was a good wave.
She would have got scored on it, probably
yeah.
something. You know, better score.
Yeah, we saw in that.
That's the last thing you. I mean, shock and awe right there.
Classic. Yeah.
Wow, this
That's
is
unfortunate.
Big upsets with the drop-ins today.
We're waiting for score and to know whether or not it's going to be officially an interference.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Well, you saw in the last heat too, and we keep talking about that. Ball seemed to stay away from that nucleus of drama, and he ended up with the win.
You said about 3 minutes ago, you said Betty Lou is staying pretty close to Carissa, like not giving
And then
space.
Makua was saying about how they were on each other.
Yeah, it was Makua.
2 minutes till we find out who is the VANS Pipeline Master for the women's $100,000. And there's some drama that just happened between the Queen, Carissa Moore. Interference given.
Oh, man.
Gosh.
Wow, she
How's
must
that?
be
The highest of
super
all
bummed.
highs yesterday. And then to find yourself in this moment, in this final.
Crazy.
Wow,
Yeah.
I wonder if it's just about being quiet as you can behind. Like usually out there when you're out there, you're, hey! You know, with these types of situations.
And that was such a great wave.
Yeah.
I mean, Carissa drops to 4th place with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she needs a combo now. So.
Oh.
I think that's
the drama.
safe to say, yeah, she's not going to be this year's Pipe Master. But everyone else is still in the game.
1 minute to go here.
1 minute. Katie needs an 18.5. Betty Lou needs a 14.8. Both easily achievable for
if a wave comes.
Either of these women. Yeah,
Looking
if they
pretty
get the
flat to the
opportunity.
horizon.
Oh, is Betty Lou going to get the shot, or Katie? Could not imagine Carissa Moore right now. Just must be in shock.
Wow, that's a bit of drama with like down to the last 30 seconds until the champion is crowned.
Here we go.
Betty Lou still going for it. Molly keeping everyone off. Looking backdoor.
This could
Get
be
away from me.
This could be a victory lap.
Look at her looking back.
Yep, 20 seconds to go.
She's looking
like
saying,
there's much.
She's like, please, nothing come after me.
Don't even look, girl. Just go straight to the beach. 8 seconds.
Yep.
Counting down. Oh, she's claiming it already.
Take it. Pre-claim,
right on,
girl.
All right,
Molly
there we have it.
Picklum.
Molly Picklum.
Congratulations.
2022 VANS Women's Pipe Master.
Good morning, Australia.
Pipe Masters. She's a Pipe Masters.
Yeah.
Molly Picklum smiling her way into 100 grand right there. You see Sierra Kerr there to greet her as well. Josh Kerr, she's about to get the ball around stack treatment, get that chair, champion chair up the beach. And what an incredible moment for women's professional surfing, this entire event here, and that it culminates in this. Molly Picklum, being crowned the first ever VANS Women's Pipe Master champion.
Wow, what a great thing to see, a woman being chaired up the beach as a Pipe Master.
Long time coming.
Yeah, she looked good all day today. I mean, very clearly the surfer of the day. Her, her last round. All the women. I think Betty Lou, Katie, and Molly were all in the same heat. So they were definitely pushing the level of surfing. All together. And they, brought that energy into the final, and Molly kind of, took that and ran with it. Her board looked great. She just looked really confident and solid over her board. Her technique's amazing. So
she looked like
well deserved.
She was connected and had all of the feel. She's followed up by Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Katie Simmers in third, and Carissa Moore in fourth.
Wow. So awesome. She's got to be just freaking out.
Yeah,
right
to come all the way here from Australia to be crowned the first. There's not a lot of firsts that are really left. And to be the first, that's got to feel really, really great. Her family at home must be so proud of her.
Yeah, definitely. Well done, Molly. And all the competitors here at the VANS Pipe Masters. What an awesome was right. That's crazy. Like, it's just so wild to think about, Pipe Master.
We got Mahina right there.
How's that? Mahina is with her.
Congratulations, Molly Picklum. You are the very first VANS Pipe Masters. What does that mean to you?
I mean, it means the world. I feel like I put in so much effort, and I really do love being out of my comfort zone. And the VANS Pipe Masters this year really did put us out there. And I don't know, I'm really happy because I feel like this is the true Pipe Masters in a sense, with like so many Hawaiians and so many good surfers. Like, they put everyone who could possibly beat me and really win this event. Everyone was deserving of that. And yeah, I'm really happy to have won, obviously. It's definitely my best achievement so far.
Absolutely, and I will tell you, everyone has been complimenting you on your style and your form out there. How did you just become so comfortable? I feel like it was kind of right off the bat for you.
Yeah, I feel like I naturally, like at home, I'm pretty fortunate to have waves that are barreling and push me out of my comfort zone. But I don't know, I'm just happy to have found some waves, and it was tough out there. So hats off to all the girls, and yeah, I'm just really happy.
And what are your thoughts on the progression of women's surfing?
It's going, baby! Yay!
All right, and what are you going to do with your $100,000?
Put it on a house, hopefully, and then live the dream somewhere. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We're going to toss it back up to you guys.
Thank you, Mahina, and congratulations to Molly Picklum. What I loved about that interview is the context she gave and the appreciation of being able to compete against the best and to compete against so many Hawaiians to be able to get this honor as a pipe master at Pipeline.
Just to see this whole event the whole time, going from the representation, the highs, the lows, the dramas, the champions now. I think it's just incredible to see what we have here. And to have the backdrop of Hawaii, I'm sure Hawaii is very appreciative to have this ability to showcase what we have here and the value that we offer. And we appreciate I'm sure I'm speaking for a lot of Hawaiians, appreciate these types of events, celebrate our culture as surfing, and have these champions from here and from afar. It's been pretty radical.
Yeah, definitely. You know, just such an effort from all the competitors. It's just been such a wild ride. You know, definitely not perfect pipe the entire event, but there was perfect ones. I mean, we saw some historic rides go down in the, you know, both on the men's and women's. Arguably, you know, one of the best waves we've ever seen. A women, you know, ride at backdoor. Carissa Moore yesterday. That airdrop, you know, super iconic. You know, shades of Slater, and you know, getting a really high score, the highest score of the event. So that was. It's been a lot. It's been an honor being here with you guys.
It has been a blast. I can't. When I got the call that I was going to get to be a part of this, I was excited. I knew, and when I heard the format, I was like, this could be special. But I think we've all had our minds blown, and it's so cool, the possibility with where we're going with the VANS Pipe Masters. And with that, we'll throw it out to Makuakai Rothman and Mahina Florence, who are going to engage in the ceremonies and give away some checks.
Okay, we're good to go. Aloha and welcome to the 2022 VANS. Oh, just my mic. Okay. Are we good? Okay. Welcome to the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. I'm Mahina Florence, joined by my co-hosts Makua Rothman and Kevin Casillo from VANS. Sorry, guys. Is it echoing? Oh, it's not echoing out here, just in the earpiece? Oh. To the VANS Pipe We appreciate each and every one of you, especially all of you who
our community for opening up their business. No, I saw it. It's really sweet. You're not doing it really. Yeah. So, are you serious? You said, oh, you serious? While I was out, and she's like, yes. So much. I feel like we all want to
Check 1, 2.
Is this better? Camaraderie between the surfers made for an unforgettable experience. From the lineup with no priority to the tent watching and cheering each other on. The women elevated themselves to places nobody imagined before. This event creating historical moments in the women's
Check 1, 2.
Oh, we need the mic for the broadcast. Okay, so we're going to start with the men's. For the men's, in 4th place, taking $15,000, Jiao Chianco. You have the trophy. You do. Oh. In 3rd place, taking $30,000 home, Ikanaka, which is Hawaiian blood, Kaulana Apo.
Thank you.
Ah, the ha. In 2nd place, taking $60,000, Griffin Colapinto. celebration. And for our very first VANS Pipe Masters, first place, $100,000, Balaram Stack. And we're going to let you guys take your pictures, and we'll do the women's. Yeah. Just stay on stage for some photos, please. Yeah, picture time. Picture time. Okay. Now you guys are going to stand here. The women's join. Okay, moving into the women's. In fourth place, taking home $15,000, we have Carissa Moore. Carissa Moore.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
In third place, taking $35,000, we have Katie Simmers. In second place, taking home $60,000 is Betty Lou Johnson. And for the winner, first place of $100,000 and the first ever VANS Pipe Masters for the women, Molly Pickla. Everyone that made this event so special. Please check out all VANS channels for further highlights, and we cannot thank you enough, and congratulations to all of our surfers. We love you guys.
And there you see the hardware has been handed out. Nice to see all that mutual camaraderie amongst the competitors. Shout out to the fans, by the way, that decided to stay throughout all the rain, and love to see this drone just pull back and give us a real scope of these incredible land that we have been getting to play in for the last 3 days here at the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. Well, we've got our winners. We've got the highlights. We know what's taking place. We'll start with the men. Balaram Stack, you know, he made a statement early on day one that he was going to be the guy. In fact, he got the two waves that actually from his first, he was the only person he kept his 2 waves from his first heat that put him in the final. And then after Kalana Apo and all of the flurry yesterday afternoon, everyone was easy to forget about Stack.
Yeah. No, definitely. I mean, he's always a standout. You know, as we've seen here today and over the last few days. This was one of his scoring waves that threw him in contention. I don't know if this put him straight into the lead, but this was one of the best waves of the final. And yeah, he was rewarded for that barrel and straight into that turn. That was just super committed. And then this was the wave of the final.
I think
Cliff.
this deep, and it just opened up backdoor, and he kind of navigated on the rail to make it out. Didn't even have to do a exclamation point. I think there's enough with the no hand into the grab rail, and then kind of pushed out through that doggy door.
He just kind of stuck to his game plan, right? Didn't lose the plot in the final. Stuck to his own rhythm, and then finally allowed the joy to wash over him with his mom on the beach.
That's so special.
To witness who flew in from New York.
Yeah, so rad that she was here to, celebrate this with him, and the release of his recent edit, Hail Mary, named after his mom. This was just the icing on the cake for them. What an awesome trip for the Stack family. Ball walking away with the win, and his name on a prestigious list of champions.
And he was pushed by Griffin Colapinto, Kaulana Apple, and Joao Chianca. Congratulations to the three of them and to the entire men's field.
Yeah, they put on quite a performance. That was so rad to watch, over the last few days. And just the vibe, too. I really loved the vibe of all the competitors in the, competitor zone, and, everyone kind of high-fiving. I heard, Mason Ho was calling people in the waves. There was heats where, when it was bigger, I think there was a lot of just energy and good vibes to, well, one, just get a good one and be in the spot for a good one because it was so challenging, but then having, your fellow competitors cheering you on. I don't think that happens too often.
No, doesn't happen at a lot of events. And obviously, something that was so special that I think will be the standout of this event was the progression of women's professional surfing. This is a moment that will be looked back upon as we take a look at our champion, Molly Picklum, getting some love. This is going to be one of those moments that we look back and say, oh, this was a definitive shift. And if you're a young person at home who looks up to these young women professionally, or someone with aspirations for what you want your surfing to be, now there's new possibility. Molly Picklum, here's the highlights from her.
Yeah, just throughout the whole contest, she's just been putting it on rail. Her using the rail in the barrel and out of the barrel, I think, has really shown that this is the now of surfing pipe. Incredible
feel, and you see as soon as she gets to her feet, that ability to adjust in real time. How was this on the backhand?
Yeah, her style and approach to that wave was insane. That was just such a hard wave to ride. Conditions were deteriorating in that final, and she rose to the occasion and, didn't just kick out and go back out after that, which I think really helped in this specific score. And this was what solidified her win and $100,000 and her name on the prestigious list.
She said in her post-heat interview, I just wanted the opportunity to be uncomfortable and see what that would do to me. And she absolutely rose to the occasion, along with the rest of the entire women's field. Obviously, Carissa Moore at backdoor yesterday, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, so many names, Katie Simmers. It was really, really special to get to witness this in real time and be a part of it. And that's going to affect everything that we see moving forward as far as what possibility looks like in women's competitive surfing. I think this format there were a lot of questions. A lot of people who were like, what do you mean? It's going to be, these multiple heats and non-elimination, no priority. But it allowed for a different energy to take place throughout the entire event, like you said before, not just in the tent amongst the competitors, but it just felt like something different.
Well, I think it was a learning experience for everybody. This was, a new, like you said, a new format. And I think moving forward, there's a lot of takeaways from this event, both for the competitors and the event coordinators, with how to make it better next year and to continue to shift with the times and adapt to what's needed in surfing right now. I think that was a big goal for this event, and how people think of the Pipe Masters in the future. culture and what's required from both, you know, competitors and judges and sponsors of events. You know, it's just a, you know, a collective level up, I feel like.
That's a really great way of putting it. And the fact that we get to do so and see it, this be move forward, this collective level up to take place here in Hawaii, where this stretch of beach has been responsible for so much collective level up that reverberates around the world for the better part of 100 years. What does that mean to be a part of, and to know that this is the place that continues to move the sport forward?
Yeah, I think it's like what you said earlier. It's the relation to place. And we are creating a new relationship to this place together. And with that, we really thank the residents of the North Shore, the native Hawaii here that exists on the North Shore. Mahalo e na po'e Hawaii, mahalo e na kupuna no kia aina, mahalo e na aumakua no kia aina, mahalo e na kupuna. Thank you to everyone here on the North Shore. I think without this space, we wouldn't even been able to make relationship. So it's amazing to be here. We thank you so much.
Yeah, talk that talk, Dr. Cliff Kapono. Well, it has been truly, truly, truly special. We thank everyone at Uncle Toad's Media Production, the people who spend countless hours behind the scenes to make this thing possible. We're grateful, of course, also to VANS, the WSL, Fat Tire, and GoPro. This has been a blast. Thank you for hanging out with us here at the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. We will see you next year. Aloha. Good morning and aloha to all of you that are tuning in from around the world.
Mason dropping in right here. Getting some vision. Looking super deep. Wow! All right. Damn. Yeah, we got Mikey. Stand-up barrel. Wow! No way! That was insane! Here we go. This looks like a solid one. Wow, that thing is drawing a lot of water. Wow! So the boys are getting fired up. Go, Emeo. Wow, threading the needle on that one and trying it there.
Super White, follow Rob Snack from New York City, coming out with a spin.
Welcome to day 2. This is the 2022 VANS Pipe Masters. Scratching into a pipeline wave, yanks on that rail, drags the hand, and he comes out. Wow, E-Mine on a lane one. Wow. And we are set, ready to make some history with the women's field.
Oh, Carissa. Oh, lead drop. Goes in it.
No.
Let's go! Let's go! Yes! What?
That was psycho.
screamers coming out of a beautiful backdoor wave. But here we go. Sakura double hand drag. I mean, like I said, these girls are showing up.
That was amazing.
Packing it.
Here we go.
One and only Jay. Oh, breezy.
Wow. I mean, that was insane. Kala taking off on a screamer. Wow.
Oh, who's this? Makana. Makana. Makana.
Kalana pull up and riding on the screamer. Beautiful wave. Coming through, threading the needle.
Go, buddy.
Come on.
Wow, dude, no way.
The buzzer beater, let's see it. Kalana pull. Gets a sick ride.
The vibes are high for finals day here at the 2022 Pipe Masters.
Tyler Wright getting on the board, getting the mojo flowing. Wow, that was committed. That was sick.
Wow, go, Paul.
Yeah.
Molly Pickle.